All right. There we go. Now it's working on both platforms. Now I have to reset everything quickly, though. So give me a minute. Bear with me. I have to send the link to Matt as well, who's going to join, as you know, from yesterday. So let me just quickly finish setting everything up, and then we'll get underway with everything. Definitely still not happy about yesterday, especially considering I went live for hours upon hours doing a Jake Gensel watch for my favorite hockey team to not land. Appreciate every single one of you still that did tune in and watch or stay in the stream, I should say, with me and watch this unfold. I'm still not happy, but the Rangers are going to make moves today. Whether it's the right decision or not, whether they make the right decisions or not, I've just accepted that I need to just let go, and um, there's nothing I could do. We've seen reports that the two early targets are Pacioretty, and the other target looks like it's going to be Vetrano. Do I agree with the Rangers targeting either of them? No, especially Pacioretty. I think it's just getting Blake Wheeler with a different nameplate on the back of the jersey. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? They missed out on the big gun, and this is the hand that we're dealt. This is the hand that we're dealt, and the only thing the Rangers could do, if they even want, in my opinion, a chance of competing with these big teams, is they need to get a top line right winger like a Buchnevich. That still, in my opinion, would be a difference maker type. Not to the level of Gensel, but at least it's something. And then Alex Tuck, I still believe, is another name that would help out this team a lot. But as of this morning, at least, we haven't seen a report that indicates they're going to go after a Pavel Buchnevich or a Alex Tuck. So until otherwise, I don't know. But do I trust insiders after yesterday? Not really, because of the fact that all we heard yesterday from insiders was that, or Pagnota at least, which I am not listening to David Pagnota reports, by the way, not taking it seriously after yesterday, because he was saying on the radio, Rangers and Penguins close on a Gensel deal. Obviously didn't happen. So I'm not going to listen to Pagnota reports today. Not doing it. Not even entertaining it at all. And if he's on the money about something, good for him. But I, for one, am not entertaining it. So before we jump into everything, though, leave a like if you haven't still. Leave a like on your way in. But yeah, I mean, we could talk about the Gensel return if you guys want to. So the Gensel return was, I mean, the thing that really aggravates me about this is there was no blue chip prospects, and I really feel that Drury could have matched it very easily. But it looks like the final return was, or the final offer from the Rangers was Othman and a first, which I don't understand why Drury felt that was enough. Pittsburgh probably wanted quantity over quality there, and Drury probably felt he was doing too much by giving up Othman regardless. So this is why we're here. This is why we're here. But I don't know. I for one can't get behind still or rationalize not moving Kako in this type of deal to go out and get Jake Gensel. But it is what it is at this point. I'm done being mad about it. It will be what it will be. It's just whatever.
It wasn't even a guaranteed first round pick.
That's the other thing that drives me insane. The Rangers would have gave up a guaranteed first because they don't have seconds really to give away with conditions. Toffoli's another name we heard this morning too, James. Good shout. We heard about Toffoli this morning, but
He's not coming to the Rangers.
I don't think the Devils and Rangers are gonna make a trade together. I mean, they did with Grabner at one point. There's been a lot of in-division trades, but I don't know. I don't think the Rangers are gonna want to pay the price to get Toffoli, especially considering they didn't want to pay the price to get Gensel, but who knows? Who knows? Like, I just think that Drury better be getting more than one player if he was prospect hugging this much, because here's my stance on it right now is, why is it, if you're not getting multiple players this deadline, why is it that you were so keen on keeping all these prospects instead of throwing them in and getting a guy like Gensel if you're not looking to get a right winger plus additional assets or additional players? To me, you got to build a deep team at this point if you're going to, one, have a chance to beat these other teams. Two, if you're going to rationalize, to me, not trading multiple prospects away. I don't know. And hopefully they're getting a big name D-man. If they're getting a big man D-man, I'll feel a lot better about things, but I still felt Gensel was the guy. But again, we'll say again, the only two names that really intrigue me today in terms of the Rangers, if they want to make me feel a bit better about this, is Buchnevich and Tuch. That's about it.
Yeah, no, I agree. Buchnevich or Tuch for me, and I'm at that point where it's like, if it's not those two,
Eberle too would intrigue me. Yeah, I like Eberle.
Yeah, so if it's not those three, I'm at the point where it's like, stay put, because it's not worth just basically giving up
draft picks to go out and
yeah,
get.
it's not worth it, because then let's be realistic here. They're not winning a cup this year. They're not. The West is stacked, and they're not beating Florida in a 7-game series, even if they get to the conference final. It's not gonna
That's what I'm saying. If they want a chance, they gotta add a lot of depth to this roster, because this roster is probably not deep enough. But I cannot believe too we're even seeing Stan Fischler. Did you see the report that he's trying to suggest about Crosby to the Rangers? Like, get out of here. Just stop. Let's not even entertain that. By the way, everyone in the chat, there was a report circulating on Twitter that just simply isn't true, and I just don't want fans to be fooled by it. There was a report that Crosby vetoed a trade between the Rangers and Penguins about Gensel coming here. There is no truth to that. There's no truth to that. That account is just as reliable as Mickey 8 Rangers. So I would don't listen to that report. There's zero truth to it. There's zero truth to it. So let's see though what is happening on Twitter. Kyle Hall, the top 2 targets and Rangers reunions, both have speed bumps. The Ducks will have Vetrano and are hoping to extend him. So they need an overpay to move him. Buchnevich would be Drury swallowing his pride and giving up assets for a player he should have kept. So who knows? I still don't think they're even in on Buchnevich. I mean, there's been nothing to indicate that, but I don't know. Maybe they'll pick up the phone with Pittsburgh and get Riley Smith. How could Drury not add Kakko in the proposal for Gensel? I don't know. That's a question for him. I don't agree with the decision personally, but again, it is what it is. The thing that concerns me is that we saw a report this morning too that I forgot what insider. Yeah, I think it was Frank Saravalli said it on the Daily Face-Off, or no, in an article, he was saying that the Rangers don't want to sell low on Kakko, especially after it looked like he was turning the corner last season. But sometimes you have to give to get. If they move Kakko for a lesser name, I'm gonna be very pissed off. But it's hard to top how pissed off I was yesterday. I don't think Max Pacioretty's a good fit at all. I think it's literally getting Blake Wheeler with a different name on the back and a guy that's more injury prone than Blake Wheeler was going into the year.
And the thing that pissed me off too is because he had the chance to right the wrong of not including a guy like Kakko in an Eichel deal. And we've seen ever since then, Kakko's value has diminished. He had a chance to add him in, bring in a guy like Gensel, who, like we said yesterday, prime of his career, point per game playoff player, proven playoff performer, and he didn't. And now I'm worried that Kakko still doesn't take a leap, and now his value is going to diminish even more and more and more to the point where we'll probably see a return like what Vitaly Kravtsov got or what Elias Anderson got.
I mean, I would take Elias Anderson return at that point, because at least it turned into Will Cooley. But I get like your actual point of like for a 7th overall pick turning into a second round pick, third line player, which you take the third line player because the guy ended up being a bust at that point. But I get your point. Ty Smith is staying with the Penguins AHL team because Carolina doesn't have one. Yeah, I forgot about that. That would make sense. You guys are fucking funny. The one about from James's last comment, read that. You guys scroll up for it. I don't want to read that out loud, but that's funny. Yeah, no, there are some people that genuinely have been believing that account. NYR Central, that's the issue. Is I've had plenty of people in my mentions being like, "Well, Crosby vetoed the trade. What are you talking about?" There's no truth to that. That account's all for engagement. I'm not even mentioning the account name because I don't want to give them like any publicity. But yeah, that there is no truth to that. I would be very pissed if the Rangers trade Kakko for Jake DeBrusk. That would be ridiculous. Could the Rangers pull off a trade for Vetrano if they give up a first and a prospect that isn't named Perot slash Othman? I'm not sure. I mean, the problem is now that Drury kind of tied his hands here by himself because Anaheim is in no rush to move him, and Pat Verbeek knows now that Drury's desperate to get a right winger. So now the price might have went up because Drury knows how bad or Verbeek knows how bad Drury wants a right winger and needs a right winger for this team, that the price probably went up, if anything. So Drury might regret even giving up a first, not giving up that first and Kakko to get Henrique and Vetrano at this point. And because he could have took that deal, and you could argue he still would have had ammo to go out and get, maybe still pursue Jake Gensel. And if he falls flat on his face, all right, fine, but you at least try. And now you're talking about a roster that has Gensel, Vetrano, and Henrique. Like, I don't know. I still wasn't in favor of that package, but if they ended up finding a way to land Gensel with Vetrano and Henrique, that would have been intriguing. Or because then if they did fall on their face again with Gensel, or still did, all right, fine. You go out and pivot, and Vetrano's the top line right winger, and you could go out and get a Jason Zucker. You could go out and get someone else to be the third line right winger, but I don't know.
And they'll also have to go up more just because of the fact that if they don't want to take on the full contract, they now got to get a third team involved because, like we said yesterday, Anaheim already used all their retention slots.
Yeah, that's the other problem is like I talk about them hopefully building a deeper team, but that's going to be hard to do if they're not going to give up or without Vetrano being retained now, because that's pretty much eating at like all their cap even after sending a guy like Rempe down to Hartford. Yeah, Drury will probably make a Hartford trade today. I don't think Zuccarello's coming back. Zuccarello's not even in the trade boards. Unless there's truth to what Emily Kaplan said, which shout out to her, though. She's been on the money for pretty much this entire deadline. I mean, she even said hours before it happened that she thought Gensel would end up in Carolina, even with after the Rangers offer. But because she did mention that the Rangers might get someone that we're not talking about, but I have doubts that Zuccarello. I don't think Minnesota just extended him. I don't think they want to move him. And then I think the Rangers want to have cap space open this offseason, because if they got retention on Zuccarello, it would be for just this year's contract, not the new extension that kicks in next year. So they would have to eat that full 4.7, I think it is, which would take them out of the UFA class to even maybe pursue Gensel there. Which, if the Rangers did find a way to get Gensel in free agency, I mean, that would be great. But I don't know. I think at this point he's gonna stay in Carolina.
Nah, he'll stay just because the no state income tax over there. Take a nice discounted contract extension over there.
Yeah, and he's gonna get to win, so he's gonna be happy there. And Carolina, with Freddie back now, Freddie had a very good game in his return, so that's a problem. It's a very big problem. And yeah, I love Zook, but I don't think it's what the Rangers need right now either. Yeah, I agree with you, MSG Vault, and this is a Devils fan speaking. So he watches Toffoli on a nightly basis. I agree. I think Toffoli's too slow for the Rangers' top line. I agree with that.
Gensel's probably gonna ask for $8+ million. We're not gonna get him in free agency. I mean, I probably think that if he didn't sign with the team with no state income tax, he would take like $8.5 million a year. The Rangers could make it work. They would have to, trade a guy like Kreider to make it happen, but they could certainly make it work, especially with the cap going up. But I think it'll probably take a little less if he's going to stay in Carolina.
Well, yeah, I was always saying too that if the Rangers traded Kakko in a Gensel deal, that essentially opens up like $3.5 million in the cap next year, because even though he's outsigned to that extension, that's probably what Kakko's going to get on an extension, whether we like it or not. And then you buy out Gaudreau, that opens up the cap a lot. And then obviously if the status on Hedel would have dictated if they could have fit him in. But yeah, I mean, they could pursue him, but I think if Gensel hits the open market, I think he's going to get a lot of money. And you're probably right. He's probably going to price himself out of being an option for the Rangers. But if the Rangers are early exits and do need to retool a bit, I wouldn't rule out the idea, like you said, Matt, of them moving a guy like Kreider and then going out and pursuing Gensel. Do I think it's going to happen? Probably not, but I wouldn't rule out the possibility at all. But what's the new cap next year? It's $87.5 million. So the Rangers right now, I think, have like a little over $14.5 million in cap this offseason. And that's with Kakko needing an extension, Schneider needing one, Lindgren, and I think that's really about it in terms of like significant names that need a new deal. And then obviously if they want to, Igor's eligible this summer for an extension, Laff's eligible for an extension this summer, which if on the Rangers, with the way that he played this year, I would work on that this offseason. I'd seriously explore a long-term extension for Lafreniere this offseason, because if Lafreniere finds his goal-scoring touch, he's going to put up a lot of points, and he might price himself out then at that point for the Rangers. So if I'm the Rangers, I'm seriously exploring a Lafreniere extension this offseason, a long-term one. Maybe you get him in at like 6 to 7 million on an 8-year deal before he like really inflates his value. Because you look at the Hughes extension, that was like 8 million, I think, and Lafreniere's playing a position that's a lesser position in the wing instead of center. That's what I would do, but I don't know if it's going to happen. They have Will Cooley, who's eligible for extension. They have a lot of guys that are eligible for extensions come this offseason, but the only other guys now that they have on expiring deals after this year are Gustafsson and Wenberg. So Gustafsson and Wenberg are the only two, and I don't think Wenberg stays. I think he's a pure rental, and then Gustafsson, I don't think they'll bring him back. Could they? Maybe if he wants to stay cheap, but I think with the point production he's put up this year, he's going to price himself out too. And I think it's time the Rangers give an extensive look to Jones or Robertson. At some point, you gotta.
We have an Elliot Friedman update. Washington, Carolina have been discussing an Evgeny Kuznetsov deal. Not sure how it'll all work, but it's been moving along.
That's a weird one. I'm kind of shocked about that one. I'm kind of shocked because why? I guess we have to see the return, but I don't think it's smart for Carolina to use their cap space on Kuznetsov. I was scared last night when I saw that report that they have all this cap space still. I was scared that they were going to be in still on Buchnevich, but if they're going to eat at their cap with a guy like Kuznetsov, they could do them. They could do them on that one. That would be exciting to see. I don't think Gensel's gonna go to Chicago though. I think he's gonna want to go to a winner or stay on a winner unless Chicago's giving an offer that he simply cannot refuse, which could happen because they might be desperate. But I can't envision Chicago even then overpaying for a guy like Gensel. But I don't hate that idea.
Vegas is going to get boosted because Troy's just going to trade assets. I don't even think it's just the assets. I think he just doesn't want to admit that he was wrong and overpay for a guy that he basically gave away for nothing.
What's going on, Rick? How you doing? Who does Othman replace next season? I don't know. I'm not even sure. You got to hope Barclay Goodrow. They're going to cut ties with them this offseason. Probably not, just because for whatever reason there's some obsession from this organization with that guy. But I'm hoping that they end up I'm hoping that they cut ties with them, and then Othman could just slot in there and take a spot. But again, we'll see. I mean, a lot of this dictates, or a lot of this depends, I should say, on what happens with the rest of the season. If the Rangers are first or second round exits, they got to start making some sort of significant changes. They have to. So that's really going to be what dictates a lot. But if they make a deep run, then obviously there's really not going to be much that changes at all. Othman as a fourth liner? No, I'm just saying Othman would slot into the lineup for Goudreau, and then he'll probably play third line wing. And then, I don't know, maybe Brodzinski or Hedl, depending who's back. I mean, I would like to see, if Hedl does come back, I'd like to see Hedl center Lafreniere and Panarin again, and then Trocheck down on that third line. And then I think Trocheck, Cooley, and Othman as a third line would be really freaking good. But I didn't say anything about Drury not being the GM. I was just saying that they got to make changes in terms of the roster construction. I think Drury will stay no matter the outcome. All I'm saying is there's got to be changes in terms of the roster itself, because this is the Core's third coach. in the past 5 years and not a significant progression, at some point you gotta do something with the core itself.
All right, so we got the Pierre LeBrun, we got the trade. Pending trade call, Evgeny Kuznetsov is being traded to the Carolina Hurricanes for a 2025 third-round pick. Washington is retaining 50% on Kuznetsov, 1 more year next season at a $7.8 million AAV.
That's an interesting one. It's a very interesting one. All right. So third to Washington, and Carolina gets Kuznetsov, which is that's an out of left field trade, I guess. I don't get why the Canes are doing that either. I think it would make more sense for them to throw in their assets to go get, a name of significance, but because they really do. I mean, they still probably could. They only gave up a third-round pick. I wouldn't say that, depending on their cap situation now, I'm not sure what it would look like after this trade, but depending on it, I still wouldn't rule them out of being in on a guy like Buchnevich or something. Like I said it yesterday on Twitter, I think Carolina is going to be aggressive. I think that they lost out on Pettersson, and now it's making them want to be aggressive on the market here. And they're realizing, all right, well, we're not going to get the superstar player we want. Let's just go out and, let's go out and get a bunch of guys to fill out this roster and, make the team a lot deeper in the forward group that way. But I could be wrong. I just wouldn't rule them out. I wouldn't rule them out on that. SNY reported Rangers offered first Offman, but they wanted Kakko. No way Offman is first. Kakko is the second. No way. Yeah, I don't know. To me, I would have preferred Kakko to be moved instead, but again, it is what it is now. I'm not gonna rant about the trade anymore. What's done is done. I got my anger out yesterday. I didn't get a lot of sleep, and I'm more relaxed now about it. But it's Cardiac Rangers as always, which I did have to show. Do I drop these shirts? I did make some Cardiac Ranger shirts. I had to do it. I feel like I gotta drop these. Chat, do you guys want me to drop these shirts? Let me know.
I'll take one of them.
I wouldn't make them expensive, but I gotta spread the awareness of the Cardiac Rangers one, and then I'll show you guys the hoodie too. Just because I made a hoodie also. I was gonna do a hat, but that didn't really work. But that's the hoodie. Cardiac Rangers. Cardiac Rangers.
Yeah, definitely got to drop them.
I feel like I have to. It's become a staple on the channel. It's become a staple. I can drop them right now if you guys want me to. I mean, I have the link to it. If you guys want me to drop them right now, could do it. Could do it. A lot of people that want to buy it. Do you guys want me to drop it right now? Because I could drop it right now. All right. I'll drop the link right now. If you guys want to buy your Cardiac Rangers shirts, there's the link in the chat. On YouTube things. If you're on Twitter, you got to come on over to YouTube to get the link. If you guys want a Cardiac Ranger shirt, click that link. Go buy it. Go ahead and buy it. Go ahead and tweet pictures at me when you get it too. Would love to see. I gave a couple different options too. If you guys want to pick the color of it. I was gonna go with the blue shirt. I think the blue, the black, and the white shirt. I think the gray is good too. The red doesn't look as good just because of the way the font is, but still not bad. The hoodies, we got gray, black, maroon. We got a blue and a white. I think all of them look good there. So yeah, I don't know why the Canes went and got. I have no clue why the Canes got Kuznetsov. I think that's a very odd trade, but I don't know. Another team we got to look out for, though, today is Vegas. Apparently, Vegas is going to be aggressive today since they didn't get Gensel, which doesn't surprise me. I wouldn't be shocked at all if they're the team that gets Eberle or Buchnevich, one of those guys. Wouldn't be shocked if they found a way to get both. Yeah, it's the opposite of a typical Carolina trade. Yeah, I don't know. I'm worried too about what Drury's gonna do because you got the only guy that they might get is like they seem to be in on Pacioretty. I don't like that, but we'll see what happens. And then someone asked in the chat, I missed it before, what I think of Toffoli. I wouldn't hate Toffoli as an ad entirely, but like MSG Vault is saying, he's a Devils fan, so he would know more than we do in terms of Pacioretty, Toffoli's play. He thinks Toffoli would be too slow for that first line, which I would tend to agree just from watching Toffoli. I feel like this team, if they're not, since they didn't get Gensel, they gotta add some team speed or just guys that are like complete players, you know? Hopefully they get 2 players, Iceman. I'd like more if they potentially could. Blues beat writer said they're keeping Booch. All right, well, that's probably out the window then. But you have to remember too that it is deadline week. That some of these reports could be things like that. Because remember, there was a report the Devils weren't going to shop Toffoli, and now they are. So you never know. It could just be media stuff. But I don't know. I wouldn't rule it out personally. I think if they do get those 2 first-round picks that are rumored that they want, I really think they would take the deal because you're not going to get a better deal than that. And it's not really the Blues' MO to pay guys a lot of money, which Buchnevich on the open market, where he would hit that probably in 2 years. Because I don't know if he's going to really stay in St. Louis. I think he would test the open market. He's going to get a lot of money. He's probably a guy that would get like north of 7.5 to 8. Not really in the Blues MO to do stuff like that. So I would think personally, if they get offered those 2 first-round picks, they do it. But again, we'll see. Blues lean, yeah, that would make sense. Tyler Mott's not available, and no more Tyler Mott. That ship has to sail at this point. That ship has to sail. And I like Tyler Mott. You guys know that I'm the Tyler Mott guy, the Tyler Mott enthusiast, whatever wording you want to use. But I wouldn't even entertain Tyler Mott if he was available at this point.
You think we trade for Brady Tkachuk in the offseason? Probably not, because we don't like talent in this organization.
I still don't even think he's going to become available.
I don't know.
F. Merrick saying Jordan Eberle in Seattle have resumed contract talks. Optimism is that it could get done. So that might be another name that one of the 3 guys that I want the Rangers to get off the market, which would leave Alex Tuch as the only guy available that that we talked about at the top of the show. And I don't think he's particularly available either. So
just going back to the Brady Kachuk point, but if he is available, though, the Rangers should be all over it. But that's probably 1 hour, 40 seconds of the Pivot podcast.
Yeah. In what world is Tuck available? I don't think he is. I was just mentioning Tuck, though, because there was that whole report that the Rangers called Buffalo about Alex Tuck, and he's probably not available, but, at least they made a phone call. So Drury's going to have to get creative because his options are very thin. This is why, too, I wanted them to really just pay the damn price to get Gensel, because now they're going to have to overpay for Vetrano, and if not, it's going to be Jason Zucker or Max Pacioretty. And I don't know. I don't know. I would not. I'd be worried if the Rangers did play the Islanders, honestly, right now, Jacob, especially because they're starting to heat up a bit too, and they're starting to buy in the Patrick Waugh system more. So I would be worried personally. I wouldn't take them lightly, but I'm someone that wouldn't take anyone lightly in the playoffs, especially because the Rangers always have to make it interesting. But what would Tuck cost? Probably a similar package to what Jake Gensel got, especially because he has term and he's a lesser player, so it would probably be about the same. Yeah, I think the Islanders would be a bad matchup for the Rangers as well. I wouldn't like that draw at all, and I think I would just be stressed the entire way through, more than I already am watching this team. So get your Cardiac Rangers shirts and hoodies today before playoff time, because it might be a long ride.
Tuck or Zuck? That's easy. Tuck.
Yeah, Tuck. Pacioretty is too fragile. Yeah, I agree. I'm very against the idea of getting Pacioretty. I think you're just getting, like I keep wording it, you're getting Blake Wheeler with a different name on the back of the jersey. And a guy that's more injury prone than Blake Wheeler was going into this. What happened with Wheeler was just a freak accident. So, yeah, Tuck has 2 years left. If I said 1 year after this, I meant 2. Iceman. Long ride, you mean long off season? Well, true. Yeah, I saw the Merrick report about the Kraken with Jordan Eberle talking about an extension. I'd rather nothing than Zucker. I mean, I agree. If Zucker was coming in here to play the third line, that I would like, but he would be coming in here to play the first line or the third line, because they might keep Kakko up on that first line. I'm curious now what the Golden Knights are up to, because there was that whole thing that the Golden Knights might do something big since they lost out on Gensel.
I think it's either Boucher or Toffoli.
I think Toffoli, because there was that whole rumor that apparently the Blues don't really want to trade Booch unless they get an offer that they can't refuse, which, I mean, the Golden Knights would be the team to give that offer that they can't refuse. And they've done work before, so I wouldn't rule it out at all. The Blues and Golden Knights with the Barbashev deal last year, so they are familiar with big trades together. And I wouldn't be shocked. I really wouldn't be shocked that the Golden Knights got aggressive to the point where they offer Brisson and then 2 first-round picks. It would be very Vegas to do that. Yeah, Booch to Vegas would be ridiculous.
Even though I did hear for Toffoli that LA wants him too, but I think Vegas probably would offer the better package in terms of picks and prospects.
So, I just saw your tweet, getting the Cardiac Rangers hoodie. Thank you. I'll drop the link again in chat if anyone wants to grab a Cardiac Rangers hoodie, shirt. Those are what's available. Go ahead and check it out. I don't know how much Cooley would get in extension. Maybe. What do you think he'd get?
Uh,
Maybe like two, 1.5, 2.
Yeah, anywhere from 1.5 to 2, probably.
I think you could get it in Sweden too. I think you could get in Sweden. I'm not sure if Streamlabs does international stuff or not, but I'm pretty sure that you could.
We gotta get anybody else on today?
Nick from Windy
Oh, yeah.
City might join. I sent him the link just now. And he said, "Give me 5 minutes and I'll join."
All right, that's cool.
How much truth to Booch leaving the Rangers on bad terms? I believe it. I mean, they posted a picture of him and Igor reunited, feels so good, and then just traded the guy the next day. I mean, they did that guy really dirty. And then the whole Booch wasn't happy with the when he returned to the Garden for the first time as a visitor. He wasn't happy with the tribute that he got because they showed like one clip and then just did thank you Pavel Buchnevich instead of like a full on video tribute, which I mean I can't blame him. Considering Ryan Strome got a full on video tribute, I can't blame him for being upset. Cora, did you see the rumors about some of the reasons they got rid of Booch about him being a bad influence on Igor? Yeah, that's another thing I saw. Um, I don't know. I also saw people saying, I don't know how much truth there is to it, that the car accident that Buchnevich and Igor got into was an issue. I don't know really if there's that much. I don't believe there was an issue. Igor was still playing very good at the time. Don't get me wrong; he did have a down year a bit the following year from when he first came up, but he still put up a 916, 2.62 goals against the year after. It's not like he was horrendous. So I don't know. I really don't think there's that much to it, but I wouldn't be shocked if that was part of the reasoning. Again, I don't know. I don't want to speculate or anything. I don't know what happens behind closed doors with that, but yeah, I saw stuff about that. I mean, listen, like players like are allowed to live their lives. It's just a matter of how much of that was going on, Robert. Like if the organization felt it was a problem that he was doing it just too much, then all right. I mean, that's the organization's decision and that's the conclusion they came up with, but I again, I don't know how much truth there is to that because these players are allowed to do that. There's nothing that says they can't, but if they felt they were doing it too much or that he was doing it too much, then I get why they moved him and that's why the relationship ended so cold and sour, but
Vegas, a wild card team, and I imagine they missed the playoffs. Not going to miss the playoffs.
Yeah, now they're not going to miss. Also, why does everyone laugh when I say they should go get Keller after the year? Because I don't think Keller's available. That's probably why people laugh. Believe me, I would love Clayton Keller on this team. He'd be a perfect fit. I can tell you that right now. But he's not available. Arizona's not going to move him.
Keller will be the second best player on this team. I'd say probably third. I think Fox is better than Keller, but he'd definitely be the second best forward on the team. That's without a doubt.
No true about practice today. I didn't even know the Rangers were practicing today too. But yeah, he wasn't there yesterday. Yeah, I see that. I see the tweet now.
Joe Shane train any new news since I was here, guys? No, but nothing new on the Rangers. But in case you missed it, Carolina got Kuznetsov. That's about it.
Yeah, that's really all that's happened this morning, which I'm shocked. I thought I was gonna wake up to a couple of trades, but so far.
Troops calling sick. Had to sell some paintings.
I think that they meant forward wise, he'd be the second best. I mean, Keller, you could argue, would be up there as the second best player, even like he's really that good. I would probably agree that I'd put Fox and Panarin above Clayton Keller still, but I don't know. I know Igor's had a down year, but and that when he is at the top, you could argue that, but I would still say Keller above him. But like I'm curious what Keller would do on a good team. Watch the Rangers give up a first for Scott Laughton today. And Wenberg's the top line winger.
Wouldn't shock me one bit.
Yeah, Vince, right wingers are dropping like flies, you think? That report at 3:00, the Rangers are standing pat by what's that gonna do to us?
Honestly, I wouldn't care because, like I said,
I'd still be a little mad because you gave up a freaking second for Wenberg. Still, like,
I don't know, man. That Gensel trade yesterday just killed me. It took all the excitement out of me.
Yeah, I still feel like numb about it. What about Riley Smith? I'd like Riley Smith. Yeah, and Wire for Life. We saw that about Washington trading Kuznetsov to Carolina. I'm curious how that's gonna go. Like I feel like it might work out. Honestly, like Kuznetsov's clearly been brutal lately, and I've clowned him a lot because of him blaming Laviolette. He might get the last laugh now because now he might be rejuvenated, and now I might look like the idiot. But we'll see. The thing is, though, he was complaining about playing for Laviolette. Rod Brind'Amour is not an easy coach to play for, so I don't know how that relationship's going to go. Maybe, again, he's rejuvenated, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, I don't want Lawton either. I do not want Scott Lawton either. I think it would be a terrible move. Thank you to everyone that's buying the Cardiac Ranger stuff.
Is Boston shopping DeBrusque? I mean, if you saw reports from a couple days ago, he probably would have been involved in a three-way deal if Vancouver ended up getting Gensel. I don't know that if they're shopping him just as a separate deal, but I mean, he'd be an upgrade on this team for sure. I do like DeBrusque. His scoring hasn't been like up this year, but he can be an effective forward. I'd probably expect them though to be moved in the offseason, if anything.
I'm actually like sick thinking about the fact that this team might end up with Zucker and Okposo. Oh God. Not happy about this at all. There we go. Now he connected. I get that up. What's going on, Nick? If you're able to hear us.
Can't hear us with those Stanley Cup banners behind them.
Yeah, he can't hear us with those Stanley Cup banners and rings clogging his ears.
What's that?
You couldn't hear us before I said, and Matt and I were saying, can't hear us with those Stanley Cup banners and rings in your ear.
You can't hear me?
No, we were saying you couldn't hear us before, like it was cutting out before.
I mean,
Bring up
it's going to be a
Othman.
while
I don't think
till we
Othman's
have
coming.
another shot at it, so.
You never know. It might. Time goes quick.
Probably win one before the Rangers.
Iceman, I don't think Booch is happening. I don't think he's available.
Don't be surprised Buchnevich is the one that gets traded. Like, he could be the one that gets close to the end of the deadline.
Yeah, if a Buchnevich trade happens, it's going to be later. The only team I realistically think that's going to give up those type of assets for Buchnevich is Vegas. I don't think any other team's going to do it.
Yeah.
They
And
could
some
bring
teams
Perot in.
would- if it's a Buch,
I think your connection's spotty.
the Buchnevich trade might have to involve a third team, so that all adds to a whole nother thing.
Yeah.
I'm shocked the Hawks haven't been a third team in any third.
Yeah, I'm shocked about that too, especially because if they move guys out, they're gonna have to reach the cap for again. But to answer this question for me, Brian, they could bring Perot in for the playoffs, will they? Don't think so. But dude, are you kidding?
What
That
happened?
Eberle extension is dirt cheap. He got 4.75 for 2 years and a full no trade.
God.
That's
Oh
a
my
good deal
God.
for Seattle.
What a
Yeah.
steal. Hey,
No,
Matt, finish that rap.
I'll choose slower now. I'll choose slower.
Yeah, I don't think Othman comes up this year. I don't think they're gonna bring him up. He looked good in that one game against.
Hoffman needs another year, I feel like.
Yeah, he looked good in that game against the Blackhawks, but after that, he was kind of invisible the last few games that he played.
Mm-hmm. Well, anyone playing against the Blackhawks this year looks good, so.
It's not true.
I mean, the Rangers
look like
made it a
ass.
close game. I wonder what team does land. I mean, the only guy the Hawks I think sell today is like Tyler Johnson, and then if they get anything for Blackwell, that's about it.
Don't be surprised to see Taylor Radish get moved because he has a cheap deal. Teams look at those type of deals and may make a move on it because it's 1 year left with at 1 million, I think. Radish could be a player who could get moved.
Yeah, he's an RFA. That's why I thought he maybe wouldn't, but it could happen, yeah, if they get a decent return.
Radish's play does not match what the future of the Hawks looks like.
Yeah, that's a fair point too.
Last year
Yeah.
he looked good. This year it just does not match. Does Chicago add someone big names? No. We are pretty much content where we're at. If we make a move and it's Tyler Johnson, I think it could be to the Boston Bruins, and the Bruins have to send back like Jake DeBrusk, and we retain 50% of Johnson and maybe throw in that 5th round pick we got for Beauvillier yesterday.
Oh yeah, that was the forgot all about the Beauvillier trade. That one didn't make sense to me for Nashville side. Like I don't understand why. Well, I don't understand what they're doing. I feel like they need to sell off, and then they bought him, and then they trade off Yakov Trenin. That was bizarre to me.
Yeah. Barry Trotz doesn't know what he's doing as a GM.
Yeah, it feels like he's playing more with his emotions than actually like doing what's right. I don't get what he's doing there at all.
Yeah.
That Jordan Eberle extension really hurt. There's like nothing left for the Rangers at this point. It's actually like Jason Zucker and Kyle Okposo. We were half joking about them getting those two, but oh my god.
No, we'll take Tyler Johnson off from them.
Yeah, it's going to be the Johnson Blackwell deal is actually going to happen.
And we'll probably give him Brendan Hoffman.
Well, one thing I noticed with the Rangers, they came to maybe 2 Hawks games to scout in the last month. So I don't even think the Rangers would be interested in any of the Hawks.
Yeah. I mean, the only guy maybe they were interested in was Beauvillier that they were scouting at all, which that wouldn't have been a good move really either, but
no, it wouldn't.
I don't know. I'll throw up if we get Okposo. You and I both, Robert. Why no Zuccarello? He got extended, so this isn't his last year. It's the last year of his $6 million deal, but he signed a 4.7 mil extension to stay, so he's not getting moved. Yep, Eberle extended. I'm not happy about that.
Alex Tuck might be in play apparently, but it will cost a lot to get him off the Sabres apparently.
Yep, yeah, so that's the deal they'd have to give up Othman in. if the Rangers want him. No, the Rangers aren't out on Vetrano, but there's been multiple reports saying that Vetrano, like the Ducks they're not pressed to move him, and they think they could get an extension done with Vetrano if they don't move him. So they're in no rush to move him. The Rangers will try to get him, but it's going to be a very big overpay because, like I said earlier, Verbeek knows now that Drury tied his hands and that, now that he didn't get Gensel, he's desperate for a right winger. So he's going to make Drury pay a pretty price to go out and get Vetrano if he wants him. I'd like Bukestad, Iceman. I would like Bukestad as a fourth liner, but no, Giroux wouldn't waive to go to the Rangers. He didn't last time he was available.
Also, the Senators and Giroux already said they are not going to be making a move. Apparently, Giroux likes it too much in Ottawa to move, and Ottawa likes him on the team too much to actually move him.
That would make sense, yeah. Yeah, and even if he was available, he wouldn't come to the Rangers because I think it's just because of the fact that he had the ties of Philly with them, and that's why he didn't waive last time. Maybe it would be different this time that he's been out of the division for a few years, but he probably would have went out west if I had to guess if he was going to waive anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Rangers have made one trade this deadline. They got Alex Wenberg, but that was a couple days ago at this point. Yeah, I mean, you don't give up Othman unless it's the right deal. Supposedly he was on the Rangers' final offer for Gensel yesterday, but they didn't give enough at all. So, yeah, clearly Othman is in play. If it's the right guy, I would imagine that the Rangers wouldn't. I think they would offer Othman in a Tuck deal, but I don't know. We'll see. That's if Tuck even happens.
So, what exactly was the full offer that the Rangers made for Gensel if that came out?
A first and Othman. That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, the Rangers could have matched the offer that Carolina made, but
yeah,
it seems like they didn't want to give up more assets and prospects, which I still can't rationalize at all, considering the pressing need at the top line right wing spot. But that's just me. Rangers practice lines are out, so Wenberg is on the third line today, and today Edstrom's the odd man out instead of Rempe. But I wouldn't look much into it because I have a feeling I would say both those guys are going to be out of the lineup by the next game because they're going to get a right winger. It's just a matter of who. We're probably not going to like it unless it is Tuck, but
the one thing I will say about that offer that they made to Pittsburgh, I think they wouldn't have to given up. They probably would have given up one less prospect probably because the Rangers were willing to give up a guaranteed first. Unlike what Carolina gave, which was a conditional second that would turn into a first if they made the Cup final.
yeah, I just don't get it. I just don't get it. The top line would have Kakko on it if they don't make any moves.
Yay!
The lineup would be, Blue Jackets get Malcolm Subban from the Blues for future considerations. Blockbuster. Blackhawks legend right there. But yeah, it would be pretty much what we've seen where Kakko's going to be on the top line and then the second line stays intact. Cooley, Wenberg, VC, Brodzinski, Goudreau, Rempe. That would be the lineup it looks like. That's what the practice lines were today, so...
Damn, if the
Getting to the
Hawks
point where
were able to have made a trade for Eberle, they could have probably offered Eberle a lot more money than what Seattle gave him.
someone brought up an interesting point that maybe the Hawks go for a guy like Gensel in the offseason to pair him
I
with
could
Bedard.
see it. I could see the Hawks targeting players like Gensel, maybe Alberle was on my list for free agents to look into for the Hawks this year, but well, now he just signed that contract extension. That's not going to happen because he would have been a solid add to the roster. But Gensel's on the list, Teuvo Teravainen's on the list.
Carolina would make sense to go back there,
Yeah,
especially if Carolina extends Gensel now. Then yeah, that might shrink their cap space there.
Yeah. There's not a lot of big options on the team to go after this offseason. The free agent market is 2 years from now for the Hawks to truly buy in to players. This year is still buy a couple like players, overpay them, put them on the roster, fill a roster spot, maybe get a couple good players that could stay around for a couple extra years, but see what happens.
Yeah, I agree with that. Because the Hawks could definitely offer Gensel the money that he would want more than that. So they could give a very big offer there, which just obviously come down to preference of money or if he wants to win at that point. But he's only 29, so you'd have to imagine by the time he's like 32, 33, the Hawks are starting to contend again. So you'd still get like good years in contention of Gensel. Yeah. Would I be mad if Drury shifts to defensive trades? They'd have to get a really good defenseman for me to be happy. Like I'm talking like Chikrin, or I don't even know what other big time defensemen are potentially available.
Yeah, offer you Jared Tenorti.
Jared Tenorti. I was about to say, Jared Tenorti and Colin Blackwell back to the Rangers for Brennan Hoffman and a first round pick.
Hearing Nemeth is coming out of retirement to come back.
Trade.
Well, that, you know what, that does make me want to ask you, what do outside fans think of Chris Drury? Like, what do you think of Chris Drury?
I don't think he's that good of a GM.
Hey.
I frankly don't. I think he's too much of a yes man to the owner of the Rangers, and it cost him getting players.
Yeah,
it's spineless.
Don't say that on Rangers Twitter, otherwise you'll be crucified.
I would agree with you. Okposo, that's a hard no for me. They've been scouting Buffalo a lot, so it's either Okposo or Tuck. So we're both. Yeah, I'm not a Savard guy at all. I think I'm not a Savard guy. I don't think that would be a smart move. I like Roslovic, but again, that's just another bottom six guy. Like, I don't know. There's really not a lot of top six options left either way.
Okposo would be fire. I hope you're joking, Steve. I hope you're joking.
Maybe Okposo from like 10 years ago.
Yeah, I was gonna say if it was like 2014 instead of 2024, sure.
Matt Dumba, no thank you. Matt Dumba's trash.
Yeah, Dumba's
unless you
dog
trade
shit.
for Matt Dumba wearing the number 55. Have Matt Dumbass as the back of the number. Have you ever seen the number 55 Matt Dumba?
No,
I haven't.
When he came into the league, he was wearing 55 with the Wild, and the NHL basically told him he had to change his number because it made it look like it's a dumbass on the back.
Yeah, dumbass. Yeah, because the 5 looked like an S.
What's the update with Toffoli? I mean, I haven't seen much, but I think he's gonna go out west.
I think he goes to LA.
I
He
agree
could
with
go
that. I wouldn't rule out
Vegas.
Edmonton now that Eberle's off the table.
Yeah. I could see him going to, out of 3 teams, it's likely LA, but I could see Vegas because they're apparently still going to make another move with Captain Cap Circumvention on the IR again.
Captain Cap Circumvention.
So it's going to, I see it be LA or Vegas for Toffoli.
Yeah.
I agree. I don't
No
think
way,
Matheson's available. I would not. I'd love Matheson, but I don't think he's available.
Yeah.
Yeah, LA shopping PLD already.
No
That's not a
way.
shock.
Already shopping PLD.
Yeah, supposedly they offered him the Boston for either Allmark or Swayman.
Yeah. The fact that they're already done with the guy is hilarious. What a terrible contract.
Yeah, we're dedicated, even if we have a terrible team. If it was early 2000 Blackhawks, not so much. We did not show up to games. Granted, the owner of the team at that time was a complete idiot.
I'm now opening my second beer by the end of the deadline. It won't be as painful. What about Zegras? I don't think Zegras is getting moved. That's another guy where Anaheim wouldn't be pressed to move him, so it would cost a premium for Drury to get him either way.
If he gets moved, it's going to be in the offseason. It's not going to be at the deadline right now.
Agreed with that.
And I probably do.
Go ahead.
I could go. You can go.
I really don't think Anaheim makes a single trade. Because I think for Toronto's there to stay. He just created brand new skates that are Anaheim Duck themed. I just think he's there to sign a extension for Toronto. Being a Duck makes more sense than getting moved.
So Foley to Winnipeg. Wow.
Oh, he
really?
went to Winnipeg? Wow.
That's a good move for Winnipeg.
Wow. That's
That one came out of nowhere.
That really did. Here we were
saying LA. Holy crap.
I'm telling you, Winnipeg's going to be a problem in the playoffs.
Winnipeg could make it to the Cup.
Did you see Vince's tweet just now, by the way?
Interesting rotation with the available. We got Fox, Miller, Schneider taking turns.
The freaking Blue Jackets made future considerations. Good luck in St. Louis. Great. I wonder what the trade's going to be to the Devils for Toffoli, because
I want to see what they gave up.
That is interesting. I was not expecting that.
All
right, yeah, that threw me off completely.
The Jets are setting up for a cup run.
Man, look at their top 6 is going to look like Kyle Connor, Scheifele, Toffoli, Ehlers, Monahan, Iafallo. It's a good top 6.
I wouldn't be mad with Chychrun either, but as we wait for the return, Vince was saying that maybe the Rangers turn their focus to the defense just because of the way things look in practice if they don't land a big fish at right wing, which I don't know who the big fish defensemen are that are available, but
actually, no, even scratch that because Velarde's out right now. Velarde slots into your 2C. That team's stacked.
Yeah. I was saying before the year, too, that I thought they got better with the Dubois deal. Did you see what Heat Daddy tweeted out? Vegas taking a hard look at Lee Stepniak. Draft picks is the return. That's what Traeger said. So just draft picks, probably. All right. I wonder what type of draft capital they got. New Jersey's got to be kicking themselves if they don't get anything more than a third. You trade Sharon Govich at a third to get the guy, and now you get maybe that amount in return. That would wouldn't be a good look. Wouldn't be a good look. All right, the trade call is done on Kuznetsov. Yeah, West is going to be a bloodbath.
LTIR Trouba. Y'all know that ain't happening.
Last year it was the freaking East that was going to be the bloodbath. This year it looks like the West setting up.
The West is
for
gonna be fun to watch in the playoffs.
No, Toffoli to Winnipeg. If I accidentally said Pacioretty, my fault. I meant Toffoli.
Oh god.
I just can't believe this team right now. Like, I don't. Drury needs. Well, like I don't understand what he's doing right now. This is one of your best opportunities, man, and you're really choosing to.
Power play 2 is Gus, Kako, Laugh, Lenberg, and Johnny Broadway.
It's sounding like Winnipeg might be taking the full contract of Toffoli too.
I didn't even know they had that much cap space.
Yeah, they had $5.8 million in cap space today.
Poor Toffoli. He was probably happy that he was escaping New Jersey, and now he's got to go to Winnipeg. The poor guy can't get to a good destination.
He goes from Newark, New Jersey to Bronx, Winnipeg.
It's been downhill since he left fabulous LA.
Let's see what the freaking guys on TSN are doing.
Yeah, we have 3.5 hours left. I'm hoping Drury has something. Fourth Canadian team for Toffoli too.
Team that I've noticed that's kind of been quiet is Dallas. I would have thought they would have been pretty busy.
Yeah, I thought they were due to add like a forward or something.
Bloody Airbnb.
With the rat feces.
And the 15 bags of garbage.
Toffoli collected Canadian teams like Infinity Stones. Yeah.
I mean, he's up to his fourth now.
Yeah, what does he have left? Toronto, Calgary,
Edmonton.
and Edmonton. Yeah, he has to go to Alberta, and he has to go to Toronto.
Edmonton, Ottawa, and Toronto. You mean?
Yeah,
He played for Calgary.
Oh yeah, I don't know why I blanked on that entirely. Yeah, he has to. Yeah.
Has to play the Ontario teams.
Yeah, Ottawa. That's what it was. Yeah.
Emily Kaplan, Devils getting 2 draft picks by trading Toffoli to Winnipeg.
Waiting for Frank the Tank's reaction to this one.
They only like bums.
Can't wait for the return to be like a third and a fourth.
Chris Tierney's his favorite.
Stefan Nossek.
Crash.
Holy crap. Those glasses that Bruce Boudreau are wearing on TSN right now are like freaking Harry Carey glasses.
Who else is on the panel? Do they have the mayor of Whoville there? Craig Button?
Yep, Gray Button.
Who is the cowardly lion? Sam Constantine?
Yeah,
Was
Sam Constantine.
Oh shit! I forgot to make the bingo card for today.
That's all right.
Yeah, I was too pressed.
I was too depressed last night.
I'll make it for free agency again. All right, now we wait 2 hours for the return on to Foley.
Yep.
My third beer became a Boilermaker. Should I send this to Troy? Devils are getting the second round pick and a player according to Frank Saravalli. All right, we'll see. Kyle Hall mentions Prosovic to the Rangers as a possibility, and I don't know what to think about that.
I don't know. That just
Sure, it's a guy. It's a guy. I don't know. I'm not moved.
It's like I said. It's another guy who doesn't move the needle. They're just gonna give away more draft picks and prospects.
In an hour, I won't be able to type.
That's right. They have voice recognition now. You're good.
I like how we just have nothing about Trouba's injury though at all. There are other teams though. What were you gonna say?
No, I said he got a concussion from running into the wall trying to fucking paint.
The other teams though that I'm curious what they're gonna do that are awfully quiet. The Islanders, who are always quiet, and then Tampa Bay, who got Duclair, but I feel like they got to add a defenseman too, because they were linked to Hannafin.
Hurricane scratch Brendan Lemieux. Yeah, it's not a shocker. I like how Frank tweeted out yesterday. He's like, I wouldn't mind giving Brendan Lemieux a try. I'm like, yeah,
you wait.
Within 2 games, he'll be pulling your hair out.
Within 2 games, he's gonna want Tony DeAngelo there too, and then you're gonna have both. Wait, who called Toffoli too foolish yesterday, Frank?
I don't know. It probably is him.
It has to be Frank.
It has to be.
That sounds like something Frank would say. I mean, we were just talking about Frank. It would make sense for it to be him. Yeah, I'm doing all right boxing. Better than yesterday. Still not 100% because the idiot I am cares too much about this freaking hockey team and sports in general, but I'm kind of just at the point where I feel more numb than anything, and I'm just waiting to see what the Rangers do at this point. Yep, Toffoli to the Jets while we wait 3 hours for the return. Because NHL insiders, it blows my mind how insiders are this delayed with getting returns. Like, I don't get it. Woj would have had the freaking return already. Woj would have knew the trade was happening last night.
Probably.
Lemieux was cut yesterday. No one claimed him. But then I saw he was listed on the roster yesterday. Like, didn't he play yesterday for them?
He did, but it's because when you can play someone on waivers, you can still play them. It's the fact
that's awkward.
What they're doing is setting up post deadline to just move him. It was just a paper waiver right now, and then after today, he probably sent down to the A.
I didn't even know that. That's so awkward.
Yeah, Zach Sanford's been on waivers. Was put on waivers a month, like 2 weeks ago, and still been playing for the Hawks.
I didn't even know that. That's weird.
He'll be sent down to Rockford probably tonight because Athanasiou's coming back tonight for tomorrow's game.
Only the NHL would have weird rules. Pat Maroon to the Bruins. Is that a new one?
Really?
That's an odd move.
Yeah, that's an odd one.
Yeah, the Bruins just think they can.
They got to get their Lucic replacement, I guess.
Yeah, they do. I guess they want that cup magic out of Patrick Maroon.
I was gonna say this is their we're praying we can make the cup for once type deal.
Yeah, they need to fill the void of a guy who couldn't skate.
Yeah.
I swear to God, if the Hawks are retaining on any of like a Patrick Maroon deal, I will be like, that's so stupid.
What do we find out first? The return for Pat Maroon or the return for Toffoli?
The Patrick Maroon trade.
Yeah, probably the Maroon trade.
Smaller trade.
Watch, they gave up a third.
My guess is going to be like a 5th round pick.
Yeah, I'd say a 5th, but it wouldn't shock me if it was higher, like a 3rd or something.
Yeah.
That's a move that Drury made that I underratedly despise for no freaking reason. Is he gave up a 3rd for Justin Braun. It shouldn't piss me off, but it underratedly does for no reason.
Oh yeah, freaking Jack Edwards called Patrick Maroon fat.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Uh-oh. That's going to be
That's gonna be awkward.
Yeah.
Stefan Rosser just tweeted, "Oh boy, Jack Edwards shaking in his boots."
Oh. God,
I forgot about that. Good memory. Who was that in the chat that said that? Yeah, Shay. Good memory there. I forgot about that.
Yeah, same. Holy crap.
That's so
Jack
funny.
Edwards is the worst in the game.
Oh yeah, he's horrible.
Yeah, Jack Edwards is not getting any questions answered in that media room.
Oh no.
There's no point in him even going to the locker.
No.
All right, the Canes tweeted a jersey swap of Kuznetsov. That's a little extreme, but sure.
Oh, they're talking about the Maroon trade on the TSN broadcast.
Oh my God. I'm so tired. Baseball related. I am so tired of this Mets Juan Soto stuff. Like, let's get through the year first. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, it's happening with the Cubs too, so it's ridiculous.
Meanwhile, like James said, Blake Snell or Jordan Montgomery don't have a deal yet.
Yeah. I'm not even bothering getting my hopes up anymore. I'm not bothering getting my hopes up with this Juan Soto stuff.
I will, because I like to get kicked in the nuts.
Yeah. Good. That's a 2nd and a 3rd for Toffoli. Very underwhelming considering they got a 3rd and or they gave up a 3rd and Sharon Govich to get him, but you take what you could get, I guess. You take what you could get on that one. So 2nd and a 3rd out. Mets are hopeless, yeah. As much as the Rangers piss me off, the Mets put me on new dimensions. Meanwhile, the sucker I am is going to go to opening day. Because I'm just a freaking idiot.
We will be there.
I want to consider I'm going to the Cubs opening day just because I could get tickets for $2.
Not a bad deal then.
For opening day, $2?
Yeah, it's probably behind a pole. Let's be honest. That's how it is at Wrigley. If it's a cheap ticket like that, it's behind a pole.
Yeah, chat's not gonna be happy because we're talking about baseball, but for who's gonna pitch for the Mets on opening day, either
probably
McGill or Katana, probably.
Oh yeah, I forgot you guys got Quintana.
Yeah. All the Jack Edwards memes going around are so funny right now. Jack Edwards when Pat Maroon pulls up the TD Garden. It's the Tom Brady gif. That's funny. They really got the guy that they couldn't beat in the finals. Their kryptonite. With Maroon going to Boston, you can't help but think of the 2019 Stanley Cup Finals when he barked at the Bruins bench. You guys are fucked. Sorry about the hockey. No, you're good. It's not. I don't care about talking about baseball, but I know people get mad when we talk about other stuff that's not hockey related. So, because I always get the comment, if you want to hear them stop talking about baseball, go to this timestamp, and that's when they stop talking about it. Rangers need to make a move and get a forward and a D-man. You are correct, but I would say don't have high expectations for them landing both. I would say keep your expectations low, or you're going to be very disappointed.
Okay, I offer you a slightly used but metal-faced Jared Tenorti.
We already had enough
think I'll
of him.
pass.
I think I'll pass. We had him for long enough. What was it, like 7 or 14 games were more than enough with Jared Tenorti?
I had to watch a game of Jared Tenorti and Patrick Nemeth play together. I'll pass.
And the fact that those two were a pair when Patrick Nemeth was getting scratched by the Arizona Coyotes is just, it's unbelievable. Yeah, 7 games was more than enough of Jared Tenorti for my liking.
What about slightly used Jacob Megna?
Pass.
I just remember Patrick Kane telling Patrick Maroon, where the hell are your rollerblades, because you're going to start needing them in the next couple of days. That was during the 2015 conference final.
Wait, what'd you say?
2015 Western Conference final. Maroon was on the Ducks, and Kane literally chirped at Maroon and said, "You're going to need your rollerblades soon because you're about to get you're about to be eliminated." And that was in Game 7 of the playoffs of that conference final.
Don't bring up 2015 in conference final.
Yeah,
that's bad memories.
PTSD.
I wanted it to be a Hawks Rangers Cup final. That would have been a better final, I feel like.
Yeah. Talk about the Mets on a Rangers channel. What the hell is a polar bear doing in Arlington, Texas? Meme. Yeah. Yeah, I wish that we got that final though. At least one of the years, 2014 or 2015. Breaking Jack Edwards to pick up Pat Maroon from Logan Airport. On the bright side, Blackwell's available. Yeah. Pair him with Panarin again, then break up that second line.
Blackwell is not 100% available. There is talk that he could be staying and signing an extension with the Hawks, but it's likely he does get moved. If he doesn't, he'll actually sign an extension with the Hawks, from what it sounds like.
I mean, yeah, that would make sense to stay there.
He's worked out well in Chicago. He's been injured a lot, but worked out well.
Yeah, I saw that. Drury was going to trade a first and off it for Gensel. Pittsburgh said no. But my thing is, like, if they really want quantity over quality, why didn't Drury just, like, empty the farm a bit? Like, I still think he could have got done if he offered a couple other prospects like Sikora, whoever else it may be, like Laba, guys like that. But I don't know. I thought the offer was matchable, but again, it is what it is now. It is what it is now. we'll watch Kyle Okposo be trotted out there on the top line.
Thought about in Minecraft.
Dubas is an idiot. Yeah. I also think there is truth to Dubas having a freaking hard on for Michael Bunting.
Oh, he does. If you listen to any of the Steve Dangle podcasts from when Bunty was still in Toronto, that's like the most obvious thing ever.
Dude, he has a hard on for every single one of his former guys. I've never seen anything like it. Like, and we talk about the Rangers with nepotism. Dubas takes it to another level. He like built the Sioux Greyhounds in Toronto.
Yeah. He's another spineless GM in my opinion.
Yeah. Just seeing he's such a fucking weirdo. I'm sorry. He's such a weirdo. Watching the All or Nothing documentary, like when they were showing clips of him talking about the Foligno trade, when they were making that trade, like it was the most weird. Dude's fucking weird. Dude's a weirdo.
I do give him some props. He nearly got both Hagel and Marc-Andre Fleury 2 years ago.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Apparently the trade finally has leaked what the Hawks were going to get back for Hagel and Fleury from the Maple Leafs. It would have been multiple first-round picks.
Oh my god,
Matthew Nyes and Nick Robertson. Like almost 3 first-round picks, Robinson and Matthew Nyes for Hagel and Marc-Andre Fleury.
That's a good package for the Hawks.
The Hawks would have ate that up. That would have been a fleece job. Oh my god. Who said, why'd that trade fall through again? Fleury didn't want to go to Toronto, right?
Brendan Shanahan.
Honestly,
Brendan Shanahan axed it.
Well,
Shanahan's smart for that. I can't even be mad. I can't even blame Shanahan. I'd be pissed if I were you as a Hawks fan at Shanahan. But yeah, especially because you got friggin' Boris Kachuk and Taylor Radish instead.
First-round picks for Hagel. So.
I mean, yeah, but Nyes and Robertson instead of Kachuk and
Taylor Radish.
And Radish, yeah. Oh my god, 3 first, Nyes and Robertson would have been ridiculous. I think it was
like 3. It might have been 2 first-rounders. I think it might have been more so 2 first-rounders.
I mean, either way, Nyes and Robertson. Oh my god.
But at that time, Marc-Andre Fleury, who had a terrible season, and for Brendan Hagel, who managed to fetch just anyways 2 first-round picks in a way. So I'm like, Hagel managed to get us a lot from Tampa because Tampa likes to overpay players at deadline.
Tanner Jeannot trade.
Yeah.
God, that was
That's why I'm waiting for them to do something like that.
They don't have the draft capital anymore.
True, they did burn a lot of it, and then they burned a third on Duclair yesterday.
Yeah.
What is their draft capital situation? I mean, they still have a first to play with in 2026, so we'll see what they do.
Yep,
Mickey saying,
"Wow, Mickey."
Yeah, Mickey saying that Kane could still be a Ranger by 3:00 today. Good for Mickey. Is Kane having lasagna again for dinner?
He's eating lasagna right now.
Yeah, Kane, I'm sure, is eating lasagna right now.
Do you have a Mickey in the Hawks fan base?
I don't know what that means.
So there's this guy Mickey8 Rangers on Rangers Twitter, and he claims he has sources, and he makes up some bullshit fucking trade rumors.
Yeah, we have one. That's a freaking chief from Barstool. Barstool chief. He thinks he has insiders, but he's always wrong. Somehow there's a Twitch guy who actually has solid insight because he broke the Foligno and Hall trade back in the offseason, and that's don't be sod. He managed to break that trade and actually
Yeah, I
got it
remember
right.
that.
Oh, don't be sod. Wow.
But yeah, Chief Chief from Barstool is probably the one that claims he has insight, but he really doesn't.
I don't know.
Kyle Okposo to Florida. We escaped it. Thank God. Thank God. Oh my God.
Pozo to Florida.
Oh my God. Thank God we escaped that. We defeated the Kyle Okposo allegations.
Uh-oh, who's going to be the captain of the Sabres now?
Okposo to Florida for a 7th, becomes a 5th if Florida wins the cup, and a prospect. Oh my God. Hallelujah. Halla frickin' Luya.
I don't think Pozo plays a lot in the playoffs. He's probably going to be like that extra forward because Florida's roster is pretty much filled.
Depends. They might take out who's in their lineup right now? Now I'm curious. Because I don't know who they took out. I think Lockwood came out of the lineup when they got
Well, I mean,
Tarasenko.
their fourth line right now is Cousins, Lomberg, and Stenlund.
Yeah, maybe like Lomberg comes out of the lineup. Oh my God. We defeated the Okposo allegations.
We still have to defeat the Tyler Johnson allegations, though.
Yeah.
I don't think Johnson's going to be a Ranger. I realistically think Johnson goes to Boston because the Rangers had maybe went to 2 games in the last month to scout the Blackhawks. The Hawks were at Boston games for the last month, and the Bruins were at Hawks games for about a month. So I'm thinking it's going to be Boston going after Tyler Johnson.
But you should never doubt the Rangers doing something stupid.
Yeah, that's true. Sturridge kind of does stuff like that.
Kevin Adams sent Okposo where he wanted to go. Okposo wanted a spot saved. Was bro J.R. Smith save me a spot on the super team? Who the fuck does he think he is?
I guess Okposo can finally get to retire in a better area because Florida is a retirement state than being stuck in Buffalo.
Bro actually said save me a spot like that.
You have to remake the meme, though, but this time with Kyle Okposo.
3 hours till the deadline. Yeah. I should have thrown on my freaking Kyle from Chicago shirt. Maybe he'll do a trade.
Bro said save me a spot.
Bro thinks he's J.R. Smith. I'm crying. Did you see the other reply to LeBron's tweet? Okposo finding out he's gonna be in the playoffs in nice weather.
Well, I gotta see.
I just left the like on that. It's fucking funny. Okposo might win a cup and retire. Yeah. I'm surprised at that price Lou didn't bring him back to the Islanders. That would be a very Lou Lamoriello move. Actually, Lou would have gave up a first for Okposo. What am I saying?
Lou would have given up probably 3 firsts for a Pozo. Guy needs to retire.
They gotta get on Big Apple Hockey when Lou retires. They gotta get Lou on as a guest.
I think Lou would. I don't think Lou would be happy. Lou probably blocked Mark's number. Yeah, Lomberg scored such a beauty against the Rangers, right, Justin?
Yeah.
Dolan has Drury tied up in a closet.
Breaking, Jury just found out that the phones aren't working at MSG.
Yeah, he's on
He's going through.
he's on that Metro PCS connection.
He's going through Morse code right now. Ding, 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 ding,
He's
ding,
on the
ding.
backs.
Drury's using Metro PCS. Drury gonna pull a rabbit at the most unpredictable time before 3. Sadly,
Y'all know that.
yeah, sadly, I'm gonna have to throw that up. Drury's shit-faced. Phone on mute. Drury's on Do Not Disturb. Yeah, Drury's like, why are you interrupting my fucking nap right now? Ducks acquired Ben Myers from Colorado for a mid-pick. Don't care.
Wow.
Don't care, but I gotta update the trade board because
Game changer.
I'm updating it for everything. I'm just letting anyone in these days.
If the Casey Middlestat trade didn't make the Avs a cup contender, then this one certainly did.
No, Anaheim got it.
I
from
mean,
Colorado.
sorry, yeah.
But now Anaheim's the cup contender, which means Vetrano's off the board now. That trade got announced so quickly, though, the Okposo one. Someone said, I mean, fuck it at this point. Is Tyler Mott available?
Third time's a charm.
Tyler Mott's got to be out there somewhere.
It didn't work the first 2 times. It's got to work this time.
Yeah.
Wonder what time Phil Kessel signs with the Canucks.
Yeah, that's a good question. I forgot. Jack Roslovic is out there in Columbus practice.
Phil the Thrill.
Interesting. We could not win the East without adding any players at the deadline. Anything could happen. It's just way less likely today than it was yesterday. You are absolutely right.
Mm-hmm.
Is this better? No. Your name fits perfectly because it's a good question. The answer as of right now is absolutely not. Anyone else have a stomach ache? Yeah, I'm borderline gonna vomit from this deadline. Breaky, we have a Ranger trade, Drury for a new set of phone, a new set of phones would be a good trade.
There, I went ahead and
A
threw
5th
on
round pick for Ben Myers. Wow.
Just make it obvious. It's all. I like hockey.
hockey.
Shirt for it.
Who are defenseman options? If Chikrin gets moved, he's probably the best defenseman available. If not, I don't know what to tell you, honestly. I don't know who really is even available at this point in terms of defensemen because Hannafin's gone, Tanev's gone, Edmondson's gone. Not that I wanted him. Pittsburgh might trade Ruedel still. It's like 7th defenseman at this point. 6th, 7th defenseman. Jared Sonorti, who we keep joking about, probably would actually get moved if Chicago gets literally anything for him. I think they would take I think they'd take hockey pucks for him at this point. There was someone mentioned on Twitter earlier from Arizona outside of Dumba, which Dumba's available too.
Pass.
Travis Dermott's probably available in Arizona. Gross. Josh Brown on Arizona has to be an
Jason
AI.
Zucker's still available.
Yeah, Zucker's available for forwards. With the defenseman though, Josh Brown, I've never heard of that guy. That has to be like an EA generated player. Josh Brown.
Is he on? He's on Arizona, right?
Yeah, I've literally never. I watch hockey religiously, and I've never heard of that dude until just now. That's ridiculous.
Here's the big move, guys. The big trade just came through from the Anaheim Ducks.
Yep.
Ben Myers,
Ben
one,
Myers to the Ducks for a 5th round pick.
We still another maroon
Finally
return.
posted that. Holy crap. Yeah, I'm shocked the maroon trade hasn't really dropped fully.
Barabanov is available, yeah. Frank is pushing Patches to the Rangers. Well, I might be Steve Harvey on that
Holy
one.
crap,
Josh Brown, yeah. I've literally never heard of Josh Brown in my life. That has to be an EA generated player. Arizona gets the most random freaking guys. Savard's available too, yeah, I guess, but gross.
I'm shocked Taylor Hall's already skating. Guy freaking
Taylor Hall skating?
tore his ACL in November. Yeah.
Wow,
That's crazy.
He's in the no contact jersey, but he's skating.
That could be an interesting option for next year's deadline. Tyler Mott's the savior, boys. Yeah. Yeah, this is a slow day at the office that we got people trying to push a Crosby to the Rangers agenda. It's a very slow day at the office, if you couldn't tell, Iceman. Very slow day at the office. How could Drury walk in that locker room and say he did nothing to help the squad? I don't know. I cannot believe people on Twitter are defending Drury, saying that they would be okay with him doing nothing. That's asinine.
Someone just said Pat Maroon and Corey Perry are going to rematch in a Stanley Cup final again, aren't they? I don't think that's happening. I don't think Edmonton makes it to the Cup, especially with how Winnipeg's stacking up. Has a Toffoli trade even dropped yet?
Yeah, it was a second and a third.
Okay.
Buchnevich, please. I don't think he's getting moved.
No.
The only team that would be willing to be that aggressive is Vegas to get him.
Yeah.
Could be wrong, but we'll say at this point there's no one available or realistic worth a first. Yeah, no one's worth a first right now, but they're going to give up a first because they depleted their seconds to offload the terrible Patrick Nemeth contract and to get Alex Wenberg, which I'm starting to hate that trade more and more as the day's going on. Not because of the player, because I think Wenberg's a fine ad, but giving up a second round pick for Wenberg, I defended it probably more than I should have, considering now, because at the time we were seeing just wingers go for cheaper in that price. So I was like, all right,
my God.
wingers are
All
more,
right.
but
We have a Ranger trade.
Chad Ruedel.
Chad Ruedel.
He's actually a
my
fucking
God.
Ranger. Shut the fuck up.
Dubas and Drury made a trade.
Got the wrong fucking guy from Pittsburgh.
Yep.
Fucking Chad Ruedel sucks ass. Fuck this shit.
How much was I saying they were going to get Chad Ruedel? I've said it all day yesterday that they're going to get fucking Chad Ruedel. Oh my god, they actually did it. That's hilarious. And I don't mind it, but this is the fucking come on.
No, I mind it. He sucks.
Dude, his metrics are actually not as bad as you think. I'm telling you now, I think personally, he's not a bad ad, but like, especially for a 7th, but it's whatever. Like, I'm not gonna be twerking for this move by any means, but yeah, he's probably not even gonna suit up though.
A 4th-round pick for Chad Ruedel.
Wait, they got up a 4th?
It was a 4th-round pick.
Yeah.
Why'd I see a 7th at first?
No, because it's a 2027 4th-round pick.
Oh my god, I read it. A 4th-round pick for Chad Ruedel. Never mind. I thought it was a 7th. I read it as 7th at first, not 2027. Oh my god.
Okay. I had to Photoshop this guy into one of my beer league jerseys. Simon Benoit for Toronto. His nickname's the fucking It's called the Milkman. My team on my beer league is the Milkman, so I had to throw him in my beer league jersey.
Thought about. First round exit. Here we come. Can't wait for the Ruedel cult to be a thing now.
That was an instant Pops reply, that one. Chad Ruedel for a 4th. Jesus Christ. I don't have the Steve Harvey meme on deck, sadly. Oh my god. I was literally joking about Ruedel. To an extent, I was like, maybe in a package deal. Maybe. But they actually freaking got the guy. Oh, God. Well, at least we know Drury's awake. So Zach Jones is gone, right? Like, because they're not going to carry 8 defensemen on the roster.
I guess Drury's fax machine actually worked for making a Riedel trade.
Tootsie Roll popped. That's a new one.
Dude. A 4th-round pick for Chad Ruedel is crazy.
Yeah, that's going to put you guys in cup contention right there.
Oh my fucking god. Yeah, it's an overpay. It's most definitely an overpay. What did I say about Justin Braun? They gave up a 3rd for the guy. A 4th really isn't any better for fucking Chad Ruedel. The guy's gonna be a rotational defenseman. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Oh my god. Peter Laviolette has a hard-on for Eric Gustafsson. Gustafsson's not coming out of the lineup for Chad Ruedel. Chad Ruedel is gonna have to be... You know what? I'm wrong. Braden Schneider's going to sit for Chad Ruedel. I'm calling it right now. Braden Schneider's going to sit for Chad Ruedel. Just fucking wait.
What does this card look like?
Eric Gustafsson's an everyday player for you guys?
Yeah, Eric Gustafsson's an everyday player.
What a fraud.
You know what?
I hated him in Chicago. He was terrible as a defenseman, and he should never have been in a full-time lineup ever, and yet he's still a full-time lineup player. God, he sucks.
Yeah.
I don't know.
This is the Chad Ruedel card.
Maybe it's just he plays the Pens, and like just because they're just so shit defensively, I thought like, I don't know though.
Okay, is it better? The Gus Bust doesn't mean that in Chicago. We call him the Gus Bust in Chicago because he was an actual bust. He was terrible. He had that 160-point season, and the next year he just did absolutely nothing.
See,
Sucked.
at the start of the season this year, he was actually really good. I was at the point calling him like the biggest steal of free agency, and he was good when Fox got injured, and then when Fox came back, he just went down a cliff, and he's been a shell of himself ever since.
Dude, I would not. I'm not going to be shocked one bit. If I'm not going to be shocked one bit if they said Brand Schneider for Chad Ruedel. Like, I will not. I genuinely won't be shocked. Again, I don't hate the idea of getting Chad Ruedel, but I don't love the idea of giving up a fourth, considering the reason why I don't love giving up a fourth. Like, again, in the grand scheme of things, it's really not that big of a deal giving up a fourth. The reason I don't love it is because look at some of the guys we've seen packaged with a third and a fourth go, like Tarasenko, a third and a fourth, that sort of deal. And then you have a second, a third fetch, Tyler Toffoli, a fourth for defense, a depth defenseman. The reason that I'm not complaining about a fourth because of that, like I just said, I'm not happy because of the fact that he's going to be a rotational defenseman. It's like, I don't know.
Jake Gensel meets with Carolina via Zoom at 1 p.m. Nice.
So Carolina might be done with their moves by 1.
But I mean, it is Dave Pagnotta saying that, so that's
Well, take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, I don't trust anything Pagnotta says.
Well, yeah, yesterday ruined any of that for me.
I haven't trusted him for like the last 2 years. The guy claims he's a true big insider. He's really not.
No, he's not. He's a fraud.
The fact that he's on NHL Network every week, but he's still one of the worst insiders on Twitter, is a joke.
He's the John Morosi of NHL insiders.
Bob Nightingale. He's more so the Bob Nightingale.
Bob Nightingale, yeah.
Bob Nightingale.
Well, all right. Chad Ruedel's a Ranger for a fourth.
Raise the banner.
Yeah. You have to think Zach Jones is on the move now. For what? I don't know, but you have to think Zach Jones is on the move. You're not going to carry 8 defensemen on the roster. Unless Trouba has some really long-term injury.
Hold on, is that true? Jacob Trouba just placed on LTIR. Is that true?
Are you guys now having captain cap circumvention?
If they are, I mean, they're not doing a good job at it, though. A 6th-round pick for Pat Maroon.
The Rangers aren't smart enough to do cap circumvention.
I don't see the Trouba on LTIR thing. Don't see anything to that. I'm telling you now, if they are doing the cap circumvention, until I see a big legitimate move, they're doing a very shit job of cap circumvention. They'd have to make a big move for me to take that back, but yeah, Trouba's not on LTIR. There's nothing to that. You think Brian Leach is going to give Chad Ruedel permission to wear number 2?
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Maybe he'll let him wear negative too, but fucking Chad Ruedel.
Zach Jones for freaking Colin Blackwell, maybe?
Don't even say that.
I mean,
Jets Rafael Diaz 2.0. What time's the deadline end? 3 o'clock Eastern. No, yeah, like I said, I don't hate getting Ruedel as a pickup. I really don't hate the pickup. Like I said yesterday, I was I was advocating for Ruedel yesterday. I was, but I still think a fourth is a little steep. Again, in the grand scheme of things, doesn't matter, but it is a little steep. But again, he's got to play. If he's not playing, why'd they burn a fourth to get Chad Ruedel? That's the only thing that I question is where is he playing in the lineup? Because he's right shot unless he's playing the left side, then Gustafsson's not coming out of the lineup. I mean, Laviolette loves Gustafsson. I still don't think he comes out of the lineup. You can't sit Schneider. Trouba's hurt right now, so he'll play now, but when Trouba's back, is he going to be the scratch? I don't know. Again, I'm not saying it's a big price in the grand scheme of things. My point is, look in comparison of the guys that have been moved at a similar price point. Like the range, I don't know. I feel a fourth is more valuable for whatever reason.
Trades final.
Yeah, I saw that 6th round pick. Like
a conditional 6th round pick. Don't even know what the condition is. And Maroon's not even okay. Jack Edwards shows up to the hospital for Patrick Maroon's physical after his post surgery.
I don't know. I just feel that with the players that are getting moved for 4th and 3rd, doing like packages like that, I just feel the Rangers could have got a better option in terms of just players itself. But again, in the grand scheme of things, it's a 4th. I get it, but they're not going to make a big splash. They have money to make a big splash. They have money. But Rangers didn't need to make any big moves. This tech line's still on top of the Metro. Okay, farts.
Okay.
If you think so. Yeah, Arposa went to Florida, yeah. Yeah, again, it's not the 4th round pick itself, because I get it that my point just is that there are so many better players going for 3rd, 4th round picks right now than Chad Ruedel that I felt it should have costed like a 6 to get him. But again, it's not the worst thing, but he needs to play, in my opinion, if you're giving up a 4th for him. That's just my opinion, but oh yeah, Trouba's defensive metrics suck. He's not good.
This is nothing, though.
He's not good.
Yeah, it's a good point. Monahan and Toffoli, only 1 first-round pick given up and 0 roster players. Good work by Shovel Day Off.
Yeah.
Oh, crap, I didn't even realize Ruedel was on Pittsburgh that long. I didn't even realize.
Oh yeah, he's been there for a very long time.
Yeah, I didn't realize he won the cup with them.
I got a post on the Instagram now.
Why is Jay Fresh trying to compare Nick Foligno to Kyle Oposo?
Interesting comparison.
Yeah, Foligno's actually better than Oposo, but it's showing the opposite way around. Have to do a freaking test later today. Oh, I agree. I don't understand the advanced analytics that Jay Fresh does sometimes.
I am shocked to see Chad Weedle has a social media. Not even gonna lie. He has an Instagram. I was looking right now. It's private, but I am shocked to see that he actually utilizes social media.
What do you think about putting Miller and Fox together and Trouba and Lindgren together? Always wanted them to try this out. Fox and Miller could work. Trouba and Lindgren, that's just a disaster waiting to happen. Robert, any news, fellas? I'm back. The Rangers traded for Chad Riedel for a 2027 fourth round pick.
Maroon's basically replacing Lucic on the Bruins.
Like the thing that I'm just trying to figure out is where is he gonna play? Like when the team's healthy, where is he playing?
I don't know.
Like I don't. Unless the Rangers are, this is their acquisition. They're gonna run 11-7 down the stretch. Zucker to Nashville, so there's another target off the board for the Rangers.
I don't get Nashville.
What I don't. What are they doing?
Jesus Christ. Why is Alex Nylander now a good hockey player?
Yeah, that one's confusing.
The guy sucks.
Oh my! I just thought of the perfect name, the perfect Frank name for Chad Riedel. Chad Rufeeble.
Oh my god. Trouba's not on IR though, Thomas. There's been no report.
Jason Zucker to Nashville.
Yeah, we saw that.
Okay, yeah, Nashville, classic in Nashville, thinking they're contenders when they're not.
On Twitter, dude, tag me in the tweet then. If there's a tweet that says Trouba's on IR, then tag me in it. Because I have not seen anything myself. I'll be back in a minute.
All right. I ain't the only one saying it. Others are seeing it too. I don't see it on Twitter anywhere. So no insiders tweeted it. No Rangers beat reporters tweeted it.
It's starting to look like New York might have to trade for Blackwell.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the right wing options are just slowly just depleting.
There's not many out there now.
No, pretty much Vetrano and I don't know. Genzel's gone, Zucker's gone, Duclair's gone, Okpozo's gone. I don't know.
Colin Blackwell's like the it. Jake, I don't think we make many big moves. The only trades I could see us really making is probably Tyler Johnson and probably Colin Blackwell. The Hawks were expected to not make big moves this deadline because within the last month we signed Foligno, Mrazek, and Dickinson, who all would have had the trade value going into trade deadline day.
I hate my brother for what he just said to me.
What would he say?
We gave out the same value for Chad Weedle as we did for Frank Vetrano 2 years ago.
Chad Feeble.
Again, I like Weedle, but I don't know.
Patch ready too. It sucks. They'll probably get Patch ready, and then this fan base will just ignore his two blown ACLs. Meanwhile, they were fucking brewing up a shitstorm for fucking Kane in his hip and Jake Gentz on his broken finger. The hypocrisy, man! I swear to God.
The Penguins. The Penguins really gassing up Michael Bunting at practice right now.
I don't even think the Hawks are having a practice today. Just Taylor Hall out on the ice, just shooting pucks.
I can't wait for someone to reply to my tweet saying bad take, even though it's just the truth.
Fake fan.
Fake fan, even though it's just the truth, and I'm not even stating an opinion on that. I'm just simply saying something that's true.
Christopher Ellis Jensen.
I guess I could just do my classic. Here, I'm going to just do a classic trade deadline tweet. I usually do.
What's your classic trade deadline tweet?
Let's usually name a couple players on the Hawks and with some GIF just to add to it, just saying, just waiting.
Oh, okay.
Johnny last tweet, all signs starting to point towards Pacioretty or Riley Smith for the Rangers, who are both technically listed as left wing. I'm glad the Rangers are now doing business with Pittsburgh.
See,
Nice.
okay, Riley Smith I'll take.
Yeah, I would like Riley Smith, but now we're doing business with Pittsburgh. We couldn't just do that before. I don't know. Whatever.
Also, but I just don't get why it just wouldn't have been in a full package, him and Ruedel. I don't understand that.
Max Pacioretty, another guy who cannot skate. Please get Riley Smith at least. Like at least I could be happy about Riley Smith. I think Riley Smith would be a good pickup. But I do not want Max Pacioretty at all. That dude's like one ACL injury away from retiring.
Went ahead and threw my tweet up. Freaking Patrick Maroon, Jack Edward memes are just great.
Yeah, this shit's funny. Thank God Drury didn't go through with getting Okposo or Zucker, because if it's Navatrano or Booch coming back by 3 o'clock, I'm done. Well, I wouldn't count on it. I wouldn't count on it. I think the Vetrano price is going to be too high now. But yeah, I mean, I'm happy they didn't get Okposo. I was very against that. Wouldn't have hated Zucker depending on what the return ends up being, but not as a top line guy. Like I always said, if Zucker was playing the third line here, that would have been cool, but with Zucker, Miko would be quieter than Drury at the deadline. Achilles, yeah, sorry, Achilles. Not ACL.
This has honestly been a very boring deadline day, which typical.
Yeah. Yeah, Booch wasn't traded. No. We're saving a spot for someone else to join.
Who's joining?
You'll see. He's a W Mans.
W Mans.
He's a W Mans. He wears glasses. I'll give you that. He wears glasses, so he knows what he's talking about here. Even though Kyle Dubas wears glasses and doesn't know what he's talking about, so that might have been the wrong time to.
Is this someone we streamed with before?
This might be someone that It might be someone that we've streamed with before. Vince tweet? What
I
Vince
just know
tweet?
I'm going to have to hop off probably in like 30 minutes. Have to do stuff.
All right.
Uh,
I heard Roslovic is a possibility. All right. Well, wouldn't hate that. Wouldn't love it. Depends what they give up. Vince thinking Jones and a first would get it done for Vetrano. I
yeah.
do not think that, but
I mean, listen, if it does, then I first and Jones. Yeah, why not? I don't know.
I think Riley Smith would fit in. Is he the guy that fits exactly on the top line? I'm not going to sit here and pretend he is, but I think he'd fit into the roster in terms of just the play that they need in general. Could I be wrong about that? Maybe, but I would listen at this point. I would be happy with Riley Smith and Alex Barabanov at this deadline. At this point, with how desperate we are, that would make me content. I'm not gonna say I'd be happy. I'd be content because happy would not be the appropriate word. First Jones off, but for Tuck would be very nice. This tweet from Cap Friendly Depth Charts is wild. Duclair's NHL journey, drafted by the Rangers, traded to Arizona, traded to Chicago, signed by Columbus, traded to Ottawa, signed by Florida, traded to San Jose, traded to Tampa. He's only 28 years old. That's wild.
Freaking all of 14 games with the Blackhawks, if I remember correctly.
How many did he play with the Rangers?
He didn't start the season, but he came up in like October, and then he obviously got traded at the deadline for Yandel. So I don't know. Let's see.
Rangers Twitter admin's not reading the fucking room right now, man.
What do you say?
They just are tweeting about just practice pictures. Like, dude, read the damn room. We're not in the mood for that, man.
I still remember that hat trick he scored against the Wild.
Oh, yeah. Anwar discussion. I don't know how much truth there is to this, but he said hearing Patre of the Rangers could be a real possibility. Obviously, nothing to confirm. Oh, my God.
Duclair, he played
Dude.
Duclair played 18 games with the Rangers.
I felt like he played a bit more. What's going on with Buchnevich? Looking like he's not getting moved. That's all we got so far. Dude, is Duclair that bad? I would have been happy with Duclair at this point if we're talking about Max Pacioretty. Like, I'm genuinely so against this move. You're literally getting Blake Wheeler with a different nameplate. Like, I can't justify a Pacioretty move. I can't do it, but
there's actually talk that Pacioretty's going to the Rangers.
Yeah, there's talk about it, apparently.
Am
he's really pushing it.
Oh.
Am I like mistaken or something? Why is it on NHL's website? It says that Duclair 18 games played, 1 goal, 6 assists, 7 points. Did this man not score a hat trick with the Rangers? How does he only have 1 goal?
Yeah, I'm confused about that. Max is about to be a Ranger.
Steve Harvey time.
Would I be happy if their final move was Vetrano? It depends what they give up. Am I confident that they can make a real run if they get Vetrano? Obviously, yeah, the chances increase, but if they don't get Vetrano, this is my confidence is very, very thin at that point, to say the least. because I already had low confidence to begin with. I tried giving them the benefit of the doubt for the deadline, but there has been nothing exciting about this deadline one bit right now. Like Max Pacioretty, dude. We can't be serious about Max Pacioretty. That's a guy that I talked about the Rangers taking a flyer on if he was taking league minimum in the
Wasn't
offseason.
Pacioretty
Go on.
Wasn't Pacioretty a Ranger draft pick?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, I agree. I'd actually rather them stand pat than give up assets for Max Pacioretty.
Forever blue shirts. Someone I trust believes with all of these wingers come off the board, Rangers must be working on Vetrano.
Yeah, I'm not even entertaining forever blue shirts
Yeah.
tweets, to be honest. Yeah, you're probably thinking of Marchessault with the draft pick, the Rangers draft pick. I would agree with this, but apparently Okposo only wanted to go to Florida, and we don't know the return yet on Zucker, so we'll see. But I hope you're right, dude. Like I cannot take this deadline if they pass on Gensel and get Max Pacioretty. Oh my god. Just thinking about it freaking boils my blood. I mean, yeah, a lot of it has to do with the salary cap, Dr. Carl, because you can't really spend as much as you'd like in free agency. Yeah, I saw the Forever Blue Shirts tweet. I'm not really taking much stock into what they tweet, though, to be honest. I'll gladly take a paycheck to play the top line right wing. Seems like such a waste if you draft well. Seems like you get punished long term. Yeah, that's always been my argument. Thank you. That's always been my argument for why the salary cap is so freaking stupid. You literally get punished for drafting, for accruing assets and drafting well. Like there needs to be some sort of rule within the salary cap at the very least if they're not going to abolish it. That like it doesn't count. The entire contract you give to a player that you drafted doesn't count entirely towards the cap. Like you get a discount for drafting well and accruing assets. That would actually reward teams for drafting well. But for whatever reason, they decide to punish teams for accruing assets. It's the dumbest thing.
That's how these guys fell apart.
Yeah. That's how a lot of these teams fall apart.
At least you got the 3, though. Teams are lucky to get 1.
Yeah. I mean, 2010's roster was a complete fall apart from to the next year because we lost
Bufflin,
Ladd, Niami, John Madden. Madden wasn't much of anything, so we lost like almost 10 roster players from the 2010 roster to go into the next season.
A 6th-round pick for fucking Jason Zucker, man.
Oh my god.
Dude, what are we doing
Arizona
here?
at its finest.
What are we doing here, man?
Yeah. It sounds like Drury does not know what he's on. I guess he doesn't realize today's the deadline.
He's too busy on the phone with Kyle Dubas, apparently. Because there was a Kyle Hall report that apparently they're in talks about Riley Smith, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. Is Kyle Dubas just going to fucking grab his balls again and just play with them? And he's going to miss the deadline?
No, probably Drury. Drury's probably gonna get bunting.
Yeah, I saw the Crosby thing. It's a slow day at the office. Everyone replied to the Kyle Hall tweet just saying Crosby, Crosby, Crosby.
Pittsburgh made the wrong decision keeping Letang Malkin 2 years
yeah.
ago.
Yeah, those extensions were.
They should have let them go because that team already was showing they needed to go into a rebuild. And then they doubled down and got freaking Erik Karlsson in the offseason. And that I was even adding to the fact that they should never have been doing that because that team's not going to make the playoffs. They're old and need to rebuild.
If they were smart, they should have traded Crosby this deadline, especially if you want to kickstart your rebuild. Crosby's still playing at the top of his game right now. You could get so much assets from.
It's going to happen next year if they trade him. It's going to be like Patrick Kane all over again.
Don't say that, because then the idiot I am is gonna. Hopefully not exactly like Kane, because then the idiot I am is gonna do Sidney Crosby watch streams. Fucking shit. Not again. Not again. Not another fucking year of that shit.
Try being a Blackhawk fan during all the Patrick Kane getting traded talk. So that was just the worst. I just tried to mute everyone at that point.
Nick Patan traded to the Rangers. Oh God. Yeah, I would. When the Rangers were rebuilding, when they made the McDonough-Miller deal, not a lot of happy Ranger. Oh my God, the Rangers actually did get Nick Patan for Turner Elson. All right, sure. Why not? All right, Nick Patan, Leaf legend. I thought you guys were joking. I apologize.
I don't even know who that is.
Leafs legend Nick Patan.
He's not much of anything.
He's literally a Hartford player.
San Jose Sharks continue to weigh trade options for Alexander Barabanov and multiple teams in play. He has been told he will be moved by the 3 p.m. deadline.
So a whole bunch of nothing from Pagnota yet again.
Yeah.
I can't believe you guys don't know Nick Patan.
I don't know.
Ranger legend.
I've never heard
or Leaf legend. Nick Patan.
Yeah, he's really not.
He's literally nothing. He's literally nothing. I'm not even like.
He's basically future considerations if future considerations was real.
Somehow this trade that will age just as poor as the Ryan Graves, Chris Bigger steal, though. Right? Yeah, I like Turner too for Hartford. I did, but I guess they want Nick Patan. Sure, why not? Why not? Yeah, strictly AHL. There's nothing to react
Got buckled down for a Calder Cup run.
Yeah, there's nothing really to react to this with. It's literally help for Hartford. Yeah, that's for the Hartford Wolfpack, that move. Patan the savior. Nick Patan is the savior.
Yo, James, don't comment that in the fucking things, please.
Bro, alright, yeah, no. Don't say that. Don't, yeah.
Calder Cup.
Alright.
Yeah, that's for the Calder Cup run.
At least the Wolfpack are getting improvements. Although I don't know if it is an improvement. I thought Turner Elson was like actually solid. How's Nick Patan doing in the AHL, since that's really all we have to talk about? 40 points with the Iowa Wild. You know what?
Told you it's a Calder Cup run. I know how he is. I hated playing against them this year for being a Rockford fan.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably... Could Nick Patan play top line right wing? We're begging for scraps at this point. Nick fucking Patan. That is actually funny. Yeah, I kind of like Turner and Hartford. I kind of like Turner, but I'm not shocked to see them make a move that makes Hartford better. At least we could watch the Calder Cup run again. I literally did Wolfpack reactions last year with how pressed I was that they got bounced in round one.
Yeah, I was doing Ice Hog reactions last year in the playoffs. Not good. They freaking blew that. They should have been much better in the playoffs than they were last year. Ice Hogs could go for a Calder Cup this year, though. Especially with Reichel back down.
In the Big 24.
Sam Rosa, Nick Patan. It's a power play goal. I was gonna play top line right wing. Yeah, Turner. It is an upgrade. Yeah, Turner wasn't really doing much for Hartford, so it technically was an upgrade, but it's whatever. It's Nick Patan. Adam, thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. Gut answer. What are you? What are New York Rangers doing in the next 2 hours? Max Pacioretty or Riley Smith? My expectations are at rock bottom because I don't even want to have high expectations after the way yesterday went. Because when I did have high expectations, when I did have hope, it ended up backfiring. So I don't want to have hope again. I'm better off staying negative.
Let me take a look. It sounds like Tyler Johnson and Colin Blackwell are actually on the ice right now for practice. Yes, they are.
Did you see
Yeah.
tweeted?
Yeah.
If we were playing EA Sports NHL 14, 15, or 16, I'd be rock solid right now. Otherwise, honestly, not a bad move for the Wolfpack.
That'd be wrong.
No, he's actually not wrong. Nick Patan was actually like a good player in the older Chell games. That's what's fucking funny. Oh my god.
That'd be rocks.
Yeah, no, the Wolfpack did make a deeper run last year. That's why I was doing reactions for the Wolfpack last year. What's the word on Vetrano? I haven't really heard. I don't think we've heard anything on Vetrano, to be honest, lately.
Sounds like he's not getting moved from the last thing I saw.
Yeah, I'm at the point where I don't think he's getting moved, and I think we're gonna deal with Riley Smith or Max Pacioretty, and not happy.
That 6th-round pick that Nashville sent to Arizona, it wasn't even their pick. It was Dallas' 6th-round pick.
Ridiculous. Should I turn into a Hartford Wolfpack channel?
Yeah. Wolfpack Central.
2 hours, boys. Yeah, 2 hours. Imagine I was Wolfpack Central. I'd be the only freaking person bricked up about a Nick Patan deal. Yes! Nick Patan! I'd be the only one planning the fucking parade. Crosby's not getting moved. Nick Patan appreciation channel and highlights, yes.
Yeah, I'm about to watch some Nick Patan highlights on YouTube.
Do I just tweet out a Nick Patan highlight right now?
Yeah, Nick
Just to see how fans react. He has a hat trick. Who does he have a hat trick with? Oh, in World Juniors. Should I tweet out a World Juniors hat trick tweet and be like, kid could be something. Look at this hat trick he scored in the World Juniors.
How many years ago?
2015.
Oh my god. Just do that. That will be just add to it.
I'm definitely tweeting out Nick Patan highlights. Find new engagement for him. I can't believe it's funny because people are actually like going to be mad thinking I'm serious about this.
Louis watched the Rangers win the Stanley Cup this year, and all these trades are gonna laugh at the end. I hope. It's not. I don't think it's gonna happen though, but a man could dream, right?
All right, my Nick Patan tweet is.
Well, guys, I gotta
go
hop off. Thanks for having me on for the last couple of hours.
Oh yeah, thanks for joining.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
I have something that I have to get. All right, thanks for having me on.
Yep, see you, Nick.
Yeah.
Nick Patan tweets up. I'm waiting for someone to take this tweet seriously.
When's the other guy supposed to join?
I don't know where he is. He asked for the link. I sent the link, and he's just not here.
Damn.
Yep, Nick Patan. Nick Patan. Yep, they have 2 hours. The Devils officially tweeted out the Toffoli trade.
It's a trade between the Red Wings and the Sharks.
So
Red Wings.
who in the blue living hell is this?
Red Wings traded Klim Kostin to San Jose for Radim Simek and New Jersey's 7th round pick in 2024.
Wait a second. Look who we got.
Oh my
Look at
god.
who we got.
Let's go. How's it going, brothers?
What's going on? How you doing?
It's a tough day right now in my office, watching all this news happen. We're selling ourselves on a depth defenseman changing our fortunes.
And Nick Patan.
I sent that trade to my buddies who like are playoff hockey fans, and they're like, "Yo, is that a big trade? Should I be talking shit to my Minnesota Wild friend fans?" I'm like, "Dude, these guys I've never heard of." I'm like, I got no idea who these guys are. Is there any chance we get Booch?
No.
No. I would say no. I would say that it's going to be Pacioretty or Riley Smith, I think, at this point.
And what do you? And how do we react to that?
Pacioretty, we're pissed.
Riley Smith, we're happy.
Riley Smith, we're content. I wouldn't say happy, but we're content.
We're content. Yeah.
It's disgusting. It's negligence. It's ignorance, and it goes back to my tweet that I tweeted out like a few minutes ago. Like, do we even know that the goal for the Rangers is to win the Stanley Cup?
It feels like they don't know that, and Chris Drury's just. I don't understand what he's doing. I mean, I still don't get why people are applauding him for not getting Jake Gensel, but it is what it is.
And I've been supporting him, especially over the summer. Like, I thought he turned, the corner a little bit. Now looking back at that, a lot of these depth pieces we were applauding him aren't even playing on the team anymore. So.
And now Gustafsson might get pushed out of the lineup.
Yeah, the last, really since Game 7, it's been a negative masterclass by Drury. But how many times have we seen him make the smallest move and a bunch of tweets? Drury masterclass. It's like,
yeah, it's like, at what point do you need to make at what point are we going to stop applauding him for the small moves? And he's got to make some sort of big move. Gus out, Patan in, yeah. Patan's playing defense. He's quarterback the power play. Someone replied to my Patan tweet saying, "Now this is an untouchable prospect in any deal."
Would people be mad if we made the Booch trade for the asking price? Like, am I just too high on him?
I mean, I wouldn't be mad that we got Booch. I'd be more mad at the fact that we gave him away for nothing, and then we'd match up St. Louis's asking price, which is 2 first-round picks. So basically, we're just overpaying for him.
I agree. Look, I agree 100% with what you said, but like that same point, we're also like shitting on Chris Drury for, and like you're right about the sunk cost sucks, but on the other side of it is like we also got to be like, fuck the sunk cost at the end of the day, right? Like we can't worry about like giving up less than we got back for him, even though you'd like to do that so you can say you won the trade. But, man, he's the only guy right now with the guys that are left that could even match what some of the other teams in the East have done. And as much as, like you're saying, it would suck for all the diagrams, it would be like, this is what we gave up. This is what we got for him a few years ago, and this is what we gave up for him. If we went and won 16 games in the playoffs, I think we'd all be pretty happy with that, right?
Well, yeah, at that point, I wouldn't care.
Yeah. No, but like I do get what you're saying. It's him specifically. It sucks because we have a comp, right? Like we legit got this for him a few seasons ago, and now you're telling me a few years later we're going to give up 10x for that? It just looks terrible.
Stop spamming Vetrano NYR in the chat. Didn't happen.
What was your reaction when you found out Gensel was going to Carolina?
It's the worst.
It was worse than a Tyson uppercut. Like let's not
it's the worst
sugarcoat it.
case scenario. It's the worst case scenario. The Penguins were able to trade away their rental and get back something. Another team that were in the arms race got a guy specifically that we were trying to get, and I'm sure you guys feel similar. Rangers, we don't fear the Hurricane at all when it comes to the playoffs. I don't fear any of their players. There's no one I fear. Jake Gensel scares me a little bit. Yep. He almost beat us single-handedly in a series a few years ago. That now when we're lining up potentially against the Hurricane in the second round, a bunch of guys that we weren't scared of, that we have their number, they've introduced a new name into that could change, how the series between the Hurricanes and Rangers ends up.
Yeah, that's why I was saying at the start of the live stream that if the Rangers want to make me feel better, they got to make their team deeper. Like they got to add depth to the team and make it that they have 4 legitimate lines that they could roll out to go up against a team like the Hurricanes. Because like, all right, the Hurricanes maybe are now more top heavy. I do like their bottom 6 a lot, but like, at least if the Rangers have 4 legit good lines, they could maybe make some noise, because that's what took them far in runs when they had Lundqvist. It wasn't that they had a lot of top heavy guys. It was 4 legitimate good lines. Drury hasn't even done that though. Like Alex Wenberg, that's it.
Dude.
Hasn't even done that.
It's a joke. It's a joke. I see him on these. I keep turning on ESPN and NHL Network, and they show like the recent moves, and they show all these big names, and then Alex Wenberg, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, this is our guy right now. We got to do something better. We were already let's be honest. We were already worse than the Hurricanes, realistically. We were already worse than the Panthers. Yep. I don't care where we sit in the standings. And those teams just got better, but by a decent margin too.
And I wouldn't count out the Leafs making a big move still too.
You're going to sell me on, I don't even know what this guy, is it Patan, Wenberg, and we couldn't get Gensel from the Penguins, but we took a number 7 defenseman from them, so great.
Ruido's actually like a solid defenseman, but I don't know who he's pushing out of the lineup. That's the issue. Like, Laviolette has a hard-on for Gustafsson. Like, I can't imagine Gustafsson coming out of the lineup. I don't know. I don't understand it all. I'm worried still about... Because the Islanders still have something up their sleeves. The Leafs have to have something up their sleeves. Tampa Bay, too. I don't understand, though. Like, I don't know. I'm just confused with what Drury's even doing here. I'm really confused. But
we're going to lose to the Islanders in the first round. I can almost guarantee it.
Oh, yeah. I predicted that last night after the deal went down.
100%.
I'm like, Carolina's going to jump us in the standings. Since Philly sold a little bit, Islanders will jump ahead of them, and then we'll lose in 7 against the Islanders in the first round.
It will be the easiest. It's the easiest thing to predict in the world. I bet you, if I tried to find it yesterday and I couldn't, if we found FanDuel, or if I was working for FanDuel as currently constructed, I'd probably wait till the end of the trade deadline. But I know Drury's not going to do anything. The Hurricanes got to be like minus 200 to win the Metro. They're just going to steamroll past us, and it's going to be sad.
What are the odds right now for them to win the Metro?
That's what I was trying to find. I couldn't find it yesterday. After the trade, I was trying to look for it, but they're gonna steamroll us. It's tough.
Yeah, and I still don't think the Canes are done. Even like that's the scary part. I think they still have another bottom 6 move up their sleeves.
Oh my God, Larry Brooks told that Pat trade to NYR's real possibility from someone who would know.
Dude, You gotta be kidding me.
It's Jover.
You have got to be kidding me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say this because we shouldn't be talking about this man. Am I pronouncing it Ruedel?
Ruedel, yeah.
He's not bad.
No, he's not bad, but the problem is, like, is he going to even be in the lineup? Like I've been saying,
Probably
like, who
not.
is he pushing out?
Probably not. But like, I'm looking at again. This is all me being box score Barry and looking at these advanced analytics that Rangers fans have on Twitter today.
Box score Barry.
But like,
It's a
this
good one.
advanced analytics for defense. He might be our second best defenseman.
Yeah.
That's not that hard to do.
Yeah, like, should he be playing with Fox against other teams' first lines? Like, I'm seeing some green, some blue in these boxes on these advanced analytics boards.
Wow.
Again, he can't play a lick of offense, but I mean,
Wow. Joey Votto's going home. He's a Toronto Blue Jay.
and that's another reason why today is tough for me because I'm also on Russell Wilson watch. As a diehard Steelers fan, and he's taking a plane to Pittsburgh right now. So I got multiple things going on.
Dude, I cannot believe Max Pacioretty's going to be the fucking answer. I want to vomit.
Might as well just pack up the season already.
That's the thing now. You gotta like.
The
gotta
line's
buy
open for the
already.
Hurricanes. They're plus 165.
Who's plus 165?
The Hurricanes to win the division. Dude, put the house on that. Put the
Yeah.
freaking house on it.
Oh my god! And I want to ask you guys this question because now you got to almost shift all in if you're Drury to this plan in your mind. Is it even worth it to give up anything to get a guy who makes you incrementally better just to quench, people like us three's thirst that he has to make? Because like a guy like Pacioretty isn't matching what other teams have done, and now you're telling me we're going to potentially move something. Like I know you got to do something, but don't you have to start looking at if the moves match what other teams have done to see if they're even worth it?
The only two guys I'd be willing to give up anything significant is Booch and Alex Tuck.
Agreed.
But Tuck's not going to happen, and Booch, it's not going to happen either. So,
Listen, if they find a way to get Pacioretty and Smith in, I'm a little more intrigued. But still, like, if it's just Pacioretty, you're just donating draft picks at this point. Like, you're not going far at that point. Like, maybe you beat the Islanders round one, maybe. But with the way the Islanders are playing and starting to buy in the Patrick Waugh system more, I'm fucking terrified of them now. I'm honestly terrified of them. Like, they're not beating teams anymore. They're annihilating teams. Like, they they gave the Sharks their business. They annihilated the Bruins a couple nights ago. They're giving teams their business. Like, I'm worried about them. They got to add depth. And the thing that's boggling my mind is why was Drury so aggressive last year to get Tarasenko and Kane, but the market seems lower this year? Why is he not willing to give up like 5th and 4th round picks to go get Jason Zucker or guys like that? Like, why is he so hesitant on the market this year compared to last year when the market's a lot thinner this year and cheaper? I don't get it.
There's no answer. It's a shame. You see what some of these guys are going for, and you realize we can't even make some of these deals because the other end of it is the deals we do make are the ones like you're saying. We're going to give up a middle round pick for Pacioretty. And then in a few years when we need a bunch of these middle round picks to make a package, a la like the Hurricane were just able to do with some middle prospects, a 2nd round pick, a 5th round pick, albeit they could potentially, those picks can move up. We don't never have assets because we traded them away for these mini rentals. So we're always with like this half in, half out plan where if Drury's going to sit on your hands, sit on your hands. Sit on your hands all the way. Don't give up anything
I agree.
at that point.
I agree. And I was like, I just don't get it too. I really don't get it. You're 1,000% right because you're just donating draft picks at that point. And honestly, I hate to be that guy because I was defending the Wenberg trade at first. Like, everyone could go back and see it, but seeing what some of these other names are going for, like a 2nd round pick and a 4th for Wenberg, is kind of an overpay.
Look at Duclair's deal.
Yeah, like I don't know. Thank you, Scott. Glad you think we're a joke. When the Rangers win the cup, don't come on here and celebrate. We will celebrate if they somehow do. But see you later.
We
Take care,
get to
Scott.
celebrate because what we're going through right now.
Yeah.
This is genuinely hurting our insides. The fact that we have this team that's sitting 1 in the Metro, maybe fool's goal, but they are sitting 1 in the Metro, and we have Alex Wemberg. While other teams have Tarasenko, Gensel. It's
You know what?
Ravioli, Tyler Toffoli I would have taken.
Now I'm starting to question this, Agent Smith. I'm starting to question if there was truth to the Sphere thing.
Yeah.
100%. That's just as a not just a Rangers guy, as a Madison Square Garden guy with the Knicks, like it was all Dolan walking it back when the report got out, but he definitely said something to Drury for sure.
I think, I think there's truth to it because we did. Because Larry Brooks, when he put out that it was the opposite, I was like, all right, well, it's Larry Brooks saying that, but he's also a fucking mouthpiece for this organization that once he saw the leak out, he probably had Larry Brooks be the mouthpiece to backtrack that report because it's not a coincidence that every single reporter said it except Larry Brooks.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Jake Gensel's on my screen, right on my TV right now.
Dude, I agree with this, Vladimir. And when Nick was on here and he's a Blackhawks fan, even he sees it from the outside. He's like, Drury seems like a puppet to Sather and Dolan, which I agree. I honestly agree. And the fact that an outside fan, someone that's a fan of a Western Conference team sees it, I don't know, man. Yeah, we have Patan and a Chad.
And a Chad.
God almighty.
Yo, Max Pacioretty, they stink.
Dude, he's literally Blake Wheeler with a different nameplate.
Yeah, I see that.
That's all he's gonna be for this team. And he, if anything, it's worse because Wheeler didn't even really have an injury history when they signed him, and he got that freak injury. Max Pacioretty does have that. It does have that. Oh god.
And you can't play him on a first line, right? Like you got to play Kakko. You can't be rolling out you can't give him first line minutes against other teams' top forward lines in the playoffs, right?
Don't rule it out.
I mean, this is the New York Rangers.
Don't rule it out, man. And that line is going to be
like a drum in the playoffs.
Like a drum.
Like a drum.
Like a drum. You're looking for a guy to
fun
those two, and you give him Max Pacioretty. I mean,
but at the same time,
Veezy, Rempe, Edstrom.
At the same time, too, I mean, even if he plays on the freaking third line, dude, I wouldn't be shocked if Laviolette put him on the fourth line with Goudreau.
Oh my god,
that's gonna be the slowest fucking fourth line in the league.
And then put him out there to shut down another team's first line.
It's like even like Nick tweeted on Twitter, we have an issue with transition and pace. So naturally, the solution would be to get a 35-year-old slow ass Max Pacioretty.
That's the exact tweet I'm looking at.
Wait, who tweeted that?
Nick.
Oh yeah, I see it. Dude, I will actually. I don't understand. I'm actually gonna fucking the first time I see Max Pacioretty hop the boards for the extra attacker instead of Lafreniere, I'm gonna whip my phone in the orbit. Oh my god.
No, I'm gonna make sure he's okay because when he jumps over the boards, he might fucking blow his ACL again.
You're not fucking wrong. And this is a good question too, Victor. How long are we waiting on Kakko? I don't get it. I don't get it, man.
I bang my head on the wall when you say, look, you can't trade Kakko for this guy because this guy, when he turned 28, became a player. So we have to wait 6 more years after waiting 4 more years to potentially get the fruits of our labor. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, Lex, I mean, if we're saying right now that Kakko is one right wing and whoever we get, we're sliding into the third line. We don't have the ceiling of a Stanley Cup team. Let's just say that out loud as well. If we're saying that Kakko is one right wing,
dude, this is what drives me up the wall though. Right now is why is it that Drury's willing to take a risk on Max Pacioretty, but he didn't want to take a risk on Patrick Kane? Why?
I wonder if he's starting to hear people. He may just be a completely incompetent GM who Can't make any decisions on his own. Now he's reading Twitter and seeing what people are saying about Patrick Kane. Didn't want him. He's tearing it up.
You know what the worst thing is? Washington already used all their retention slots too. So either you have to take the full contract, or it's gonna have to be a third party brokering the deal.
This is just ridiculous, man. And I agree though with you, Lex. Like, I'm starting to regret wishing to not have Duclair. Like, I would rather Anthony Duclair than what we're about to get.
Yep.
Dude, I feel like I'm living in the fucking twilight right now with this. Like,
Ooh, this is interesting. Chris Johnson, hearing the Leafs will send Matthew Nice to the Marlies in a paper transaction today to preserve some flexibility down the stretch if needed.
yep.
I mean, replacing Blake Wheeler with Max Pacioretty is crazy. It's crazy. Does it end at 3 or 4 Eastern?
3.
I like that.
I still want to see if Vegas does anything.
I agree that Duclair sucks at defense. Like, that's why I didn't want him. But I also have worries that he would be too much of a passenger. But I wish they got Duclair at this point, that if they're getting Max Pacioretty, like, we cannot be serious. We're going to get Chad, Patan, and Pacioretty, and a guy named Alex.
Yeah, oh my God.
Wheeler to Pacioretty, he ain't do shit but take a step back.
A toothpick changes everything.
Oh, I thought he was reporting. I thought Kyle Hall was reporting Zach Jones in first to Anaheim for Vetrano. You can't start a tweet like that. He started a tweet, Zach Jones in first to Anaheim for Vetrano, comma, make the call, Drury. I was like, damn. I mean,
like, literally, what is this team trying to be? Like Nick said, like, you're one of the worst transition teams in the fucking league, and you want to get worse? Oh, God. Dude, I would be begging for Sammy Blay at this rate. Oh, my God, Jones to China's tweet. Oh, God.
That's fun.
Dude.
Could there be something big in the works?
This Pacioretty is salad dressing. Florida was in on Pacioretty before Okposo.
Yeah, but Okposo took a spot.
Even Florida chose fucking Okposo over Max Pacioretty. Like, come on. What are we fucking doing? Aaron Voros better than Pacioretty? Jesus Christ, man. Dude, I would take Blay at this point. We should have just signed Kane in the summer. Dude, I said it nonstop, and I don't understand why. Like, nobody could make it make sense anymore. People were telling me, well, they didn't want to take the risk on Kane. All right, fine. Why are you doubling down now and risking a guy that tore the same Achilles twice?
Just sadness.
I agree with you, Lex. I was with you, but
All right, brother. I gotta run to my 1:30, but thank you for letting me vent.
all right, no problem. Thanks
You
for
watch
stopping
it.
by.
Is this going until the deadline?
Yeah.
Probably a little beyond the deadline too. Yeah.
All right. So if I get free again, I'll just pop in from the same link.
All right, sounds good.
All right, peace out.
See you, dude. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Did you see Pagnotta's tweet?
What's the
Max-
fraud saying now?
Max Pacioretty has been presented with an opportunity to waive his no movement clause for a contender. I'm told no decision yet at this time. As Brooksy reported, and why are still in the mix. Florida was in play before they added Okposo earlier.
So what are they gonna just sit there with their thumb up their ass, waiting for Pacioretty to make a decision? Jesus Christ, dude.
Bunting's gonna wear number 8 in Pittsburgh.
Joey Votto to the Blue Jays.
Yeah.
I knew that was happening with his Instagram post. Good for Votto.
Toothpick changes everything.
Bro, that Jones to China tweet's crazy. Oh my god, Carson. It could go to a better cause.
Yeah, it could go to repair that on that Airbnb we saw yesterday.
The toilet with the fucking water all the way up. With the bucket and the scooper next to it. I just see it in one group chat. I'm in Pacioretty's a fossil, bro. That Pacioretty isn't on the bench tweet on Tuesday's gonna hit like crack. You guys are fucking hilarious, my god. This is so fucking bad. I'm glad we're able to laugh this off a bit, even though it's gonna hit worse than a Tyson uppercut when the notification drops and that they gave up a fourth or even more for.
Give up a first round pick.
Dude, if they give up a first for Max Pacioretty, I'm don't even let's not even joke about that, man. Jesus Christ, I cannot believe this is where we are. We went from Jake Gensel to Max Pacioretty in less than a 24-hour span. This is fucking bad, man. This is bad. That's what I've been asking Hockey Dad. Where's Weedle gonna fit in? Who's Peloton? Although the Rangers could use a couple Pelotons to get these guys fucking cardio up. Although they do enough cardio.
We got fucking Rufeeble, Peloton.
Oh my god, this is fucking terrible, man. This is actually terrible. What's Peloton spin per 60? Pacioretty and Alec Burks unreal. Someone replied to my tweet with that. Someone said, sorry, the kitchen is closed. We have some stale fortune cookies on the floor.
Jesus Christ! Look at Arizona's draft capital in the next 3 years. 3 first-round picks, 10 second-round picks, 7 third-round picks, 4 fourth-round picks, 3 fifth-round picks, 4 sixth-round picks, and 3 seventh-round picks. Jesus Christ!
Wow, Wade Allison's on the move. Dude, this is fucking terrible, man. This is actually the worst. I actually hate it here.
This deadline sucks too. Not just the Rangers, but just this deadline's been dull and boring. What's next? Galchenyuk? Yeah. Probably. Dolan's only cares about signing a big name, selling jerseys, filling seats. It's never been about improving the team. Yep, absolutely. Dolan only cares about his playoff revenue. As long as the team makes the playoffs and makes him some extra money, it's all that matters.
Yep, and how much did we say that, man?
Nick Patan and Max Pacioretty scores. It's a power play goal.
Dude, what happened to the game I love?
No, it's
What
gonna
happened to the game that I love?
no, it's gonna be Ruedel to Patan to Max Pacioretty power play goal.
And the guitar guy's gonna from the commercial is gonna jump in. It's a power play goal. Jake Allen to New Jersey.
They finally got their goalie.
Looks like it. Or it's gaining traction. So there's that fucking word.
It's a power play goal. Patan cuts the lead to 9-1.
Dude.
What's the asking price for Vetrano or Bush? Bush is like 2 first-round picks, and Vetrano by himself, probably a first and a roster player, like Kako, I would assume.
Someone said funniest thing I've ever bear witness in my life. To my tweet. Oh my god. I cannot believe people are defending the idea of fucking Max Pacioretty.
Yep, then we'll have the Pacioretty cult. That's why I said people. The hypocrisy is so crazy in this fan base. They'll fucking they'll fucking turn a blind eye to Patrick and his 2 blown ACLs, but fucking Patrick Kane's hip. Oh, that's such a big issue.
Flirting versus harassment. Empowering versus put a shirt on. Jesus Christ. What are we doing here, man?
I don't know. Well, good things. Good thing opening day is in 3 weeks.
You're terrible, man. You're terrible for even saying those words. That's terrible.
Nah, I got my Pete jersey ready. Ready to go out to City Field. They put in new LED lights. When is the parade? In like another 50 years.
The Rangers are a dumpster fire.
They are
They're always teasing. They are never pleasing. The Rangers are a dumpster fire.
Hurricanes first in division. Wee crash.
Pacioretty, Jacoby Ellsbury on skates. Oh my god. Yeah, this is literally the Rangers wanting Kovalchuk all over again. Jesus Christ, man. Yep.
Yeah, pending trade. Jake Allen.
Prending, as Pierre LeBrun said. Prending. How does this phone not autocorrect that?
I wonder how Frank's gonna feel about Jake Allen. Can't say 100% yet, but I believe Wade Allison has been traded to the Predators.
Okay, then. Wade Allison, what a blockbuster. Wade Allison. I ran out of room on the trade board. All right, I gotta start taking names down. Let's get the fucking Nick Patan trade off here.
No, that's the biggest deal of the deadline.
Oh, shit. I'm not even gonna put the Allison deal up either. I gotta take some of these small trades off. Yeah, like no one cares about this deal anymore.
That Max Pacioretty's headed to the Rangers locker room tweeting Game 4 of the first round gonna hit me like an absolute sledgehammer to the scrotum.
I like this one. Chris Drury, go eat shit. I mean, yeah, you're right, Michael. They having someone that's knows what they're doing would be nice.
We got the full Jake Allen trade. So Jake Allen to the Devils for a conditional third, which becomes a second based on games played.
Well, he's gonna play like every game for them because they need. They're desperate for goalie help, so that condition should hit. So a second, then.
A second for Jake Allen's not bad.
I'll be back. I gotta get food.
Matt Murray to Boston. Burrow's getting passed on like a blunt. Yeah. You're telling me we couldn't beat the Canes offer? Terrible GM. Yep. 100% agree. Trade useless Adam Fox or Tage Thompson? Nah, I don't agree with that. All right, so it looks like Wade Allison is going to Nashville for Denis Gurianov. Dowd and Patches for Goodrow in a third. Y'all know that ain't happening. They wanted a first round pick for Dowd alone. They're not taking Goodrow in a third back. I know, laugh. I know they get 2 cups and intangibles. I know, but I don't think Washington wants that right now. Yep, Frank Saravelli just made it official. Denis Gurianov to the Flyers, and Wade Allison goes the other way to Nashville. Blockbuster.
Hear me out. I thought of an ad for the Rangers to make.
Okay.
Stefan
ah.
Nosek. Barker Guja's the next GM. What the fuck did I miss?
Wade Allison got traded for Dennis Guryanov. That's about it.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I meant in the chat. Did I miss anything? That was like funny in the chat.
Other than Laugh saying that the Rangers should trade Goudreau and a third to Washington for Dowd and Pacioretty, but y'all know that ain't happening.
If the Rangers move Goudreau on the Pacioretty deal, I actually won't be mad about it. Because then you cleared Goudreau's contract, but that couldn't be any more pivot. Crosby's not happening. Well, pack your bags, boys. First plane to China. Wow. Can't wait to root for the Guangdong Tigers. My favorite team. Tigers Central. Guangdong Central. Yeah, more likely they'll extend Goudreau. How's North Korea this time of year? Oh my god.
I mean, we tried looking for some Airbnbs yesterday. We weren't successful, so
I forgot about that. They don't do Airbnb there. Wyoming doesn't do Airbnbs either, apparently.
although you can rent out someone's backyard if you're that desperate.
Can we trade Drury? If only. Goudreau, who wants him? 100% no. Who want me? No. Oh my god, Slick. That comment's wild. Eric Johnson, the Philly? Why? Like, why?
Okay, sure.
I guess that's their Sean Walker replacement. Okay.
Definitely a Torts guy.
Someone replied to my tweet saying, I'm still hoping Drury makes a sneaky move. That couldn't be any more pivot. You already know what the quote tweet is.
I thought you were gonna go with Tomlin sitting in the chair.
No, I had to go with the something different.
Pivot.
What a podcast name. Pivot Podcast. Jeez, you guys are pushing for Putin over
Hey, listen, at least
over patches.
Listen, at least Putin didn't blow out his ACL twice. Although him and Panarin aren't on the best of terms, so I don't know how the locker room chemistry is going to be after that, but
Can't wait for Jake Allen to get a shutout against us.
y'all know that is happening.
Bring back Goche. I would take that at this point.
First line Gauthier. Flyers are sending a 2024 4th-round pick to Buffalo for Eric Johnson.
What was it?
A 2024 4th-round pick.
4th rounder. All right. So I guess they took the Ruedel model. We're closing in on 1 hour until the deadline, and Pizza Boy just wants a cooked Max Pacioretty. This is just great. Thank you, Robbie. I'd like to think that, but I get called a narcissist and arrogant when I say that even a toddler would run the team better, in my opinion. But it's fine. Everything's fine, right? The Rangers, the fans that are saying everything's fine and holding on to the first place argument, it's literally the meme of that dog sitting in the burning house with the cup of coffee on the table. Like, that's literally what it is. Dude, I said it yesterday, Dave. I wasn't a big Jeff Gordon guy because of his drafting, but I think he would have got Gensel. I genuinely believe he would have got Gensel yesterday.
I don't know what's going to be worse. The Jake Gensel going to Carolina notification yesterday, or the Pacioretty's going to the Rangers notification.
Dude, oh my God. Yesterday starting to look like not even close to an overreaction from how I reacted yesterday. Like, it's not even, oh my God. Because everyone, it's fine. Don't overreact. They'll give it Toronto. Okay, almost an hour left, and we're hearing Max Pacioretty and a whole lot of nothing else. Oh my God. This is just bad. Vegas is for sure getting Vetrano. I can feel it. Oh God, Nicole,
Yeah.
don't. Oh. Get me a physical player who could play a little below the goal line. Well, hope you like Max Pacioretty instead, where you got to pray that he's okay when he skates out for warm-ups. We have not heard a single thing about Vetrano and the Rangers, Bill. I don't think this is a chess match. Take up Gilbert. Dude, at this point, yeah, call up Othman and Berard. I'd rather just see what they have. Dude, it's funny that Nico and I were joking not even months ago about how Chris Drury's going to sit at the presser and say, oh, well, we feel that we have internal options as our deadline acquisitions. Like, shut up. I'll be back.
Even Rod Gilbert couldn't play with the Lovebirds. I don't think anybody could with the Lovebirds. And the only guy who was out there who could have possibly done it was Jake Gensel, and we all know how that worked out. You guys have to like the Jets right now. Yeah, I think a lot of people are playing down the Jets, but they're just a very deep team. Rick Bones has done an incredible job over there. They have Connor Hellebuck in that, who's probably one of the finalists to win the Vezina. Their D core is strong, and just their forward core is deep. I mean, you add a guy like Tyler Toffoli, you could score goals. You know, you already have Kyle Connor, you have Nikolai Ehlers, you have Velarde. They're just a stacked team.
Yep.
What time is the deadline? 3 o'clock.
Peak to Boston. It's an interesting move.
New York Rangers trade Drury for Pacioretty.
Honestly, might be a win at this rate. That's one way to put it, Donald. 1 hour left. I just put out my 1 hour left tweet if anyone's interested. Look at all these GMs getting creative. Then there's Chris Drury, who's interested in a cooked Max Pacioretty. I put out my 1 hour left tweet.
Jakob Zobril is heading to Columbus for Andrew Peak.
That's it.
So
There's got to be a pick involved. Dude, I would have taken Andrew Peak. I like Peak.
Pizza boy.
Nick's quote tweet of my tweet is so funny. The Rangers are so unserious, it's not even funny. Relatively wide open NHL this year, and our big deadline move is going to end up being Chad Ruedel, who might not even play 10 games at 35-year-old Max Pacioretty. What a time to be alive. I'm glad this shit's almost over, though. I can't take this anymore. I'm embarrassed to call myself a fan right now. This is so fucking... Yeah, this is painful. That's the word they use for it. It's painful, annoying, embarrassing.
That's a red flag right there. Something's wrong.
Yeah, Flyers got Eric Johnson. Just a guy that I thought the Rangers would get, but they got Chad Ruedel, which, listen, I like the move, but he's, like Nick said, we're lucky if he plays more than 10 games for the team because this organization values Eric Gustafsson more. Will Drury do something at the last minute?
Nope.
Pivot. And the season, whee! Crash.
Ding, ding, ding. La, 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 last.
The Carolina Hurricanes are knocking on the door. Or what'd they do the NHL app with the standings, by the way? Why is it so small now?
And
I
they
guess
show.
because of the memes being like, oh, I have to scroll down to see the
Yeah.
Islanders.
I actually
Yep.
prefer it now, but the Ducks cleaned William
Lagesson.
off
Ottawa
waivers.
claims Kachuk. So there's a piece from the Hagel trade. Johnny Lazarus, Chris Drury, Legacy Hour. How will he respond by getting Max Pacioretty? Y'all know that's happening. Yeah, the NHL app keeps getting worse. Could Brunson play the wing? Jesus Christ.
They're gonna get Josh Hart to play.
Dude, I'm actually, you know what? Nick's ball tonight might have to, that might be the only way to save my life. Not happening.
Yeah, until you see Alec Burks chuck up threes and start missing. Who they play tonight? Oh, the Magic.
Orlando, yeah. Until I hear frickin', yeah. Until I hear Burks check into the game. So I hear Mike say on the PA, Alec Burks checking into the game for for Jalen Brunson. And then Chua's not going to play the entire fourth quarter again. Yeah, I'd be in pain if I had to watch 50 years of this crap, Robbie. See, like, that's the thing that I don't get. Fans like you agree with us that have been around the block, but for some reason, we're always told that we're out of line. Yep, Jersey got it. Allen. I started the stream so calm too. And now my anger's building up again. Now I know how Anakin Skywalker felt.
Listen, as long as you don't start you know, harming little children, then then we're fine.
Yep, someone replied to my tweet, pissing it away, still top in the Metro and what, second in the East? And I'm like, yeah, well, every team got better around them, but keep defending this clown show. Dude, like, how could anybody defend this shit at all?
I don't know. I have bought peace.
Look at the list. Fitz just fucking tweeted of options.
Fitz.
No, Vince.
Of
Look.
Vince.
Jakob Silverberg, Dominic Kubalik. Dude.
I have bought peace, freedom, justice.
Jeez, man. Panthers claim Bjorn fought.
Fucking Jakob Silverberg in 2024.
Oh my god. These fans that keep hanging on for some mystery box option. Oh my god. Anakin wore a Jack Daniels shirt in the deleted scenes. Kubalik, yeah, Kubalik's not good, man.
No, he's not.
He's really fake good.
Trade in NYR fan base's hopes for patches, hopes and dreams for patches.
Oh yeah, here we go. Someone gave us snarky response. The Rangers haven't added anything. Could have sworn I saw some guy skating in 91 at practice yesterday, but I could be seeing things. I said, "Oh yeah, Alex Wenberg, the needle mover. You got me, man."
D'Angelo, Lemieux, Ranta, Osterley, Cormier clear waivers. And nobody placed on waivers today. This sucks.
The Rangers really tweeting about media availability right now. Dude, grow up.
Don't worry though, because in the next 2 weeks we have to play Carolina, Winnipeg, Florida, Boston. It's gonna be fun. The pain and suffering never ends.
Emily Kaplan says Vetrano ain't happening because of the high asking price.
All right.
So
Well, we kind of already knew that anyway.
yeah, I mean we literally talked about that from the start, but at least there's confirmation now.
It's gonna be Pacioretty. Oh. Just pack up the season already. It's done. It's finished.
Yeah, I'm gonna make the graphic for the Instagram.
There's 2 guaranteed bets you can make. Canes win the division, and the Rangers lose the Islanders in the first round in 7 games.
Dude, I cannot believe the Canes are still underdogs to win the division.
That's guaranteed money.
Dude, I gotta bet the house on that one. Everyone should be betting the freaking should be betting their balls off on that. You're out of your mind if you aren't. It's literally free money. Not sponsored or anything, but still. All right. Got the patch already, graphic ready. Because it feels like they're either waiting for him to waive his no trade clause or not. So if he doesn't waive his no trade clause, they're gonna be left with nothing, it feels like. Unless Drury has some sort of goofy pivot move.
He's gonna bring back Yager.
Honestly, I would take it over patch already.
We crash.
I'm better than Wheeler, thank you. It's a low bar, but I appreciate that.
The Blues are gonna beat the Rangers tomorrow like
a drum.
It's gonna be 6 to fun.
The fun. I'll take PA Parent though right now too.
I'll take fucking Devin back on the roster.
Bro, I'm with you on that. Drury's trying to trade for zucchini right now. I would take some zucchini, honestly. Maybe if Drury ate more zucchini, he'd have energy to get through the fucking day. Yeah, good question. I don't know what the purpose of burning assets on Wenberg was. It was literally a donation to the Kraken for existing. Kaplan says no Vetrano. Yeah, we talked about that. I just saw your text. How are the Rangers not moving Zach Jones for literally anything at this point?
Because they left the prospect hug.
Yeah. I agree, Brandon, with that. That Drury was so convinced that he was going to get Gensel, and then now his hands are tied.
So y'all believe me now about True and LTIR? No one said this anywhere on Twitter, so no, I do not. Would you do Oppen in a first for Morgan Barron? No. Why?
That dude's still going with the Trubas on LTIR shit?
Yeah.
Dude, oh my god, let it go.
Joey D with a pod later.
Yeah, I was supposed to be on that. I have no energy to talk about this crap. I'm not talking about Alex fucking Wenberg for an hour. No thanks. And Chad Ruedel and Nick Patan. Kuznetsov already at practice for them. Oh. Is that true? The Rangers sent Rempe and Edstrom down on a paper move. So they're eligible for the Calder Cup. Someone said that in chat. Sure, he's actually convinced that Rempe and Edstrom are the fucking saving grace for this team. I'm crying. I like them, but Jesus Christ, man.
I don't see. Oh, did they? No, I don't see anywhere that they did that.
All right, so Nick Patan highlights on repeat. Yeah, that's all we got. No, yeah, it is true. I see it now.
Oh, it is. Oh yeah. Okay, there we go.
Dude, Drury's not doing anything. They're not going back down the Hartford, though. The fuck is the point of that?
I don't know.
Unless he means after their early exits. They'll go down the Hartford then. After the first round, second round exit, they'll go down. I'd be cool with Riley Smith too, but I don't think it's happening.
We
It's
really
gonna be
went
Pacioretty.
we really went from Jake Gensel to Nick Patan.
Yeah. Do something, Jory. Not happening.
Y'all know that happened.
Yeah. Kako better go off in the playoffs that they held on to the fucking kid. Goudreau's got to go regardless. Goudreau scoring next game. Yeah, maybe if he joins like a beer league team or like goes to
If he plays
a pickup game.
if he plays against like 5-year-olds, maybe.
Yeah. What? The Bruins had something in place with Olmark
Yeah, I saw
But-
that.
because of geography.
Fuck.
I guess he don't want to go to fabulous Los Angeles.
Notice how the Bruins are actually like attempting to, be creative too, though, with moves, right? Like they're actually looking to move guys on the roster to make the roster they have right now better.
What's creativity?
Dude, no idea.
I don't know what
Gotta
that
be
is.
some foreign thing.
Our version of creativity is trying 30 different right wingers to try to unlock Meek and Kreider.
Yeah, needing to unlock our 1C. Was Pops wrong for this?
In this case,
Was
no, he was.
Drury wrong for this? Might as well start saying that instead. Was Drury wrong for this? See, it's not happening. Gotta let it go. They're getting Max Pacioretty or no one at this point. It's pretty much what I'm convinced of. I'm so fucking down in the dumps, man.
I kind of just want to end it at once the 3 o'clock deadline hits.
Me too, but we gotta see if anything floods
Yeah.
on. Vegas moved their practice to an off-ice workout. So maybe someone from the roster's getting moved there. Since they're aggressive. Since they like improvement. Yeah, Drury walked in with a ridiculously good roster to build with, and he's done nothing but shit the bed with it. Yeah, stayed up all night for a Peloton and a Weedle. Yeah, Paul. It is a massive failure if they don't get a right wing one, which they won't do unless Max Pacioretty is what you constitute as a right wing one in 2024. Telling you, Vegas is gonna fucking make some ridiculously big move yet again. I guess Riley Smith isn't out of the question, but I wouldn't count on it. We've heard more about Pacioretty at this rate. Yeah, Fox, you're not wrong. Wouldn't mind Tatar. Yeah, I wouldn't have mind him either for the third line, but I'll be back in a minute.
Hope that Patre doesn't waive the no movement clause so they can either get Smith or stand put. Probably at this point, the most likely option is either Pacioretty or stand put. I'd probably just stay put at this point. If there's a chance to get Riley Smith, then they should be all over it. But at this point, I don't know. I would take Kessel over Max Pacioretty. I mean, yeah, at least Kessel hasn't blown out his ACL twice. Maybe Peter Nedved is available. Yeah, like I said, we'll go get back Yager at this point.
come back to hear you sound like Chris Drury. I question if they could even beat Detroit. I've never been more disappointed. Like, dude, Panarin's having an MVP year. This is your best chance to win, arguably. And you're willing to go all in last year when you were in third place, but you're not willing to go all in this year. I don't get it. Don't get it one bit. Which that first place gap is going to close very quickly. Canes knocking on the door. Even the Devils made a useful move.
You know, this is exactly the 2022 Mets trade deadline. This is what it is.
Dude. Good shout.
This is what it is.
Oh my god. You should tweet that. There's no difference between the 2022 Mets and the 2024 Rangers. Passive trade deadline while in first place, starting to collapse and lose first place. Fans being overly optimistic just because they're in first place. Dude, that's a good shout. This might be worse than that deadline at this rate. You should tweet it how I said, like do it in a list, like a bullet point list. If you think of any others, add to it. I think the 3 bullet points I said were good. Fans being suckers. And hanging on to the argument. Team collapsing.
So
Passive trade deadline.
Passive trade deadline. Number 2.
Team collapsing from first place.
Good. Collapsing from first place.
3.
Overly optimistic fan or
Overly optimistic fans just because they're in first place.
just because they are in first place, even though there is signs of cracking.
Yeah.
Or there's signs of cracks.
Signs of cracks, but fans ignoring it because they're in first. Yeah, 3rd round picks going with Zaboro. That makes sense. Wow, you really hit me in the dick with that one. So right, Panarin's absolutely killing it right now. We are really gonna let every other team outmaneuver us when it's our best chance. Fuck Drury. Yeah. That's the point that I've been making, and that's the argument I made for them not getting Gensel. I was called stupid last night. I was called the R word. I was called a lot of different things last night, and there's 30 minutes for it to change, but
Bro,
so
even though another way how this is the same thing. The Braves in 2022 started like ass. The Hurricanes in 2022 started like ass as well.
Put that
This
in
year
the
started
tweet too. You should make that like the first bullet point. Do it more in order, and then renumber them. Yeah, rookie. We'll go with that as the R word. I was called many different things yesterday though. Oh yeah, Robbie. I get it. It would be terrible. I wish respected. It would be nice if people called me like respectful or like anything like that. People called me all these different things yesterday for being upset about them not getting. I don't want to say it because I can't say it on stream, but just know it's like it's a synonym for the word dumb, stupid, idiot, something like that. Just know it's a synonym for that word, those words. But yeah, I was called many different things yesterday, despite me saying that Gensel's the guy to go all in for because I don't know the availability of the other players. You gotta put your best foot forward and you gotta just pay the damn price to get the guy. And now we're sitting here with this. I don't know. But whatever. Whatever. And Kevin Weeks tweeted the eye emojis with the Golden Knights. Here we go again. Kevin Weeks tweeted the eye emoji with the Golden Knights in the tweet. It's probably Buchnevich, yeah. I said it at the top of the show. And just, it's going to happen, right? Metro's napping. Riley Smith seems to be available, but the Rangers seem more interested in Max Pacioretty for whatever reason. Is the tweet up?
I'm about him. Just making some edits.
All right. So far, not confirmed boost to Vegas, but it's gonna happen. Just watch. Just watch.
All right, it's up.
Gonna puke if they get Booch. Well, wouldn't shock me.
What a fucking idiot.
Or it's gonna be Riley Smith. Someone said on Twitter to me. That's a good
Hearing
tale.
Matt Dumba has been traded to Tampa.
Yeah, I see that. Elliot Freeman, Dumba the Tampa picking up steam. That's a new buzzword. Picking up steam. You just knew they were gonna add somebody. And Matt Dumba sucks, but he's gonna be good for Tampa because it's Tampa.
Damn, this tweet's hitting. 2 minutes and 15 likes already.
Oh, it's gonna hit because it's a good freaking tweet. That was a great point that you made. It's a really good point. What are you studying for, asshole? This is the worst fucking trade deadline, man, I've ever experienced. And I watched the Rangers get nothing for McDonough and Miller.
Is Nick Patan our Darren Ruff?
Yep. Did you see Middlestat's quote? He kind of took a shot at Buffalo with the first line. He said, "That's the most I've sweat in a morning skate in a long time." a little over 20 minutes. And we have silence. Obviously, trades could flood in after, but because it always does, but stop sulking like a couple bitches. We have a great team. All right. Keep being overly optimistic. You do you. Everyone's entitled to have their own opinion. Just don't call me dumb or like go at me for having an opinion. That's what sports is. You could have a different opinion. You will never find me calling anyone dumb unless it's like an obnoxiously stupid take. Will not call anyone dumb or anything for their take. People could have their takes. If I disagree with it, I disagree with it, but I don't feel optimistic personally. But you're allowed to feel the way that you want. I'm not going to stop you. If you feel optimistic, good for you. What's the return going to be on Dumba, though? It's probably going to be like a second, right? I mean, if Ruedel fetched a fourth. Knowing Tampa, they gave up a freaking first. Tampa loves giving up first-round picks. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if Drury pulls anything after the deadline or like at the buzzer where the trade goes in at the deadline. I know what you mean.
It's gonna be crazy though. Like, if towards the last couple days of the season, Carolina steals the division from the Rangers, and then the Rangers just end up losing to the Islanders in a 7-game series, like pretty much those 2 seasons are gonna be like for like.
The March collapse versus the September collapse. By the way, Wenberg is a nothing burger. Yeah. If they don't do anything else, which it's looking like they're not going to, yeah. Giving up a second and a fourth for Wenberg was literally donating draft picks to Seattle. I'm glad more people are starting to say it, though, that if Troy doesn't do anything here, he's all of a sudden on the hot seat. Like, this isn't even an exaggeration. Like, how do you not go this deadline without getting a legit right winger? It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Like Mike Bartner said. Well, this is about the Islanders, but that Lou didn't do anything either.
Lou might do something still. He's very quiet.
No, I know he's quiet, but time's a ticking.
Look, the reason why I say that the Islanders, I think, will win is because they're heating up. Like, Patrick Waugh has that team playing such good hockey. Like, look at the way they're beating teams. They're not beating teams. They are annihilating teams right now. And that's a team, if they get red hot going into the playoffs, that has experience too. I, for one, don't want to run into them, especially because Sorokin is really freaking good. And especially if he heats up and gets to another gear, that's a problem. And they almost took down the Canes last year, who went to the conference finals. Imagine, I don't know, like, this Rangers team is nowhere near that Carolina team last year.
And the Rangers, most of the time, don't show up to play against the Islanders. They don't.
You two are two little crybabies. Thinks we are going to rock. Crybaby twink. Sorry, read it wrong. We are going to rock the playoffs. Stop with the pussy bitching. All right. See you later, R. Murray. Appreciate you stopping by. See you later. Cannot wait to can't wait to hear what you have to say. Continue to defend this team doing nothing. I'm sorry. If you want to defend, like, you cannot justify. If yesterday, I understand people saying that to me because of the fact that I was pissed off about Gensel. Because, yeah, there was time to make another move. I'm sorry. You cannot justify to me sitting in first place in the division with as good a chance as any to win the cup right now. And you're telling me that Max Pacioretty and Alex Wenberg is your answer? If they even get Pacioretty, that's the answer? No. No way. No way you could justify that to me. Teams around are getting better.
Well, look at this guy who responded. Said New York sports is so broken, it's sad. Hope is demonized around here. Just be glad the Rangers actually make the playoffs consistently. They are not the Mets. Lol. Okay, like if just making the playoffs is the bare standard and not actually winning a championship, then what are we doing? Then what's the point of professional sports?
Dude, I'm so tired of the bar being low. I'm actually exhausted of it. All right, Dumba got a 5th-round pick,
Oh my god.
and Tampa Bay got a 7th with it. Whatever. I'm done even being aggravated.
Bednar confirms Nichushkin is back. It's good for Colorado.
It's good news for them. Like, am I out of line for being this pissed off, chat? I want people to tell me, am I out of line for being this aggravated? Because I don't think that I'm out of line for being pissed off that they're doing quite literally nothing but getting Alex Wenberg. Like, I don't know how anyone could justify this at all. How could anybody justify this? The whole thing that we've been saying is, all right, well, look at their record. They're outperforming what we've expected. They're still in first place despite having a glaring hole at the top line right wing, despite having a glaring hole at 3C. You fix those two problems, maybe add a D-man. All right, things might look good. They added a D-man that is probably not even going to play every single night. They added a third line center. Fine, I like it. They overpaid a bit, but they added a third line center. Their top line right winger is not looking good, and they still need to add depth, in my opinion. But like at the bare minimum, they need to get a top line right winger, a 3C, and a defenseman that could play every night. Ruido could play every night. I don't think they're gonna play him every night. Like, I'd love it if they did. I think he'd be better than some of the guys they have, but they're not going to. And you gave up a 4th for him, a 2nd and a 4th for Wenberg. Again, a bit of an overpay, but fine. It's the market. You're getting a third line center, and your top line right winger is a guy that has a significant injury. If you did, like, you got away with giving up prospects in a defenseman deal and a third line center deal. Why did you have the prospect hug in the top line right wing deal? I don't get that. I don't get it at all. Don't know how anyone could justify it. Don't know. If you want to call me stupid and think I'm stupid for it, fine. You're entitled to your own opinion. I'm not going to stop you, but don't be sitting here and trying to rationalize it to me because I don't want to hear it right now. Because I don't agree, but to each their own. To each their own. Cool. Magnus Hellberg goes to the Panthers. Think Drury's cooking something? We'll see. He's got less than 15 minutes. I don't know if he's cooking anything.
Yeah, he's burning something, if anything.
Yeah, the kitchen's being burnt down, it feels like right now. And the thing that annoys me is how we heard all these insiders be like, oh, well, Wenberg's just the start of a big plan. What's the plan, man? What is the plan here? My energy could change in a few minutes, but if this deadline passes without them getting like a Frank Vetrano type, and I wasn't even sold on Vetrano entirely, if they don't get Vetrano or Riley Smith, where I could at least be content with that, if they go by 3 o'clock without any of those guys and they get a guy like Max Pacioretty, I don't want to hear anything about this team competing for a cup. I seriously don't want to hear it. Yeah, there was no backup plan. There was no backup plan. If anything, all he did was tie his hands together. He made a mess and is doing nothing to clean it up right now. I mean, yeah, Jones might get traded. That's cool, but is he going in a right wing deal or is he going in a different deal? Because I'll tell you now, if they're moving Zach Jones for Max Pacioretty, I might flip. I'm going to flip out. I'm going to flip out if they move Zach Jones for Max Pacioretty. I'm not a big Zach Jones guy, but dude, you could get way more. With the way this market is, you could get way more for Zach Jones than Max Pacioretty.
Oh, hold on, wait. We're saved. Frank Saravalli. Sources say Max Pacioretty is staying in Washington.
All right. So what's the fucking plan?
Hope. That's about it. if I'm Drury, I'm calling Verbeek and telling him he can have whatever he fucking wants for Toronto.
So this team has to be standing pat, right?
I guess, unless some miracle happens in the next 11 minutes. But y'all know that ain't happening, so.
I'm glad they're not getting Pacioretty, but at this point, do nothing. Like, who are you getting? Who is available? I'm curious now if Blake Wheeler didn't get hurt, if they wouldn't have even like what would they have done? Would they have just not even targeted a winger at all? Like
I don't know. You hear that? Wee! Crash. Oh, Frank Saravalli, Rangers are acquiring Jack Roslovic from Columbus in exchange for a mid-round pick in 2026.
yay. Yay. I guess it's a good move, but I don't know. Like this is it. All right, well, I'm cool with Jack Roslovic.
I like the Roslovic move, but they still need more.
Yeah. If they get Riley Smith, I'll be in a better mood. Like go get Riley Smith, and that makes me feel a lot better. Believe me, am I still worried about this team even then? Yeah, because I obviously wanted a big fish, but at least like you made the team deeper.
So I guess you gotta take down that Pacioretty, or not take it down, but turn it into a Jack Roslovic post.
Yeah, I'm working on the Roslovic post right now. All right, Roslovic to the Rangers. Honestly, with the way he played against the Rangers, like I said, I'm happy that they got a guy like Roslovic. I like this is the type of guy that I think the Rangers need, a guy that adds some speed into the damn lineup. This is the type of guy that I've been asking for. But they still need to make another move. They still need to get a winger. I'm telling you though, if they get Riley Smith, my outlook changes a lot. Not entirely, because I still do have concerns, but it would make me feel better. It would make me feel better. Yeah, that's the problem. Where's the first line right winger? Where's the first line right winger? I'm not sure if he's retained yet. Dude, please get Riley Smith. Please get Riley Smith.
Fucking send Jones back in the deal.
Honestly, yeah.
How much is Roslovic's cap hit? Or just current contract he's on right now?
Good question. Let's check. $4 million. Yikes. Yikes. He'd have to have a lot of retention there. Him or Riley Smith. I don't think they're going to get Riley Smith. I got a feeling that at this rate, they're just going to settle for
Probably.
Roslovic at the top line right wing. Yeah, Riley Smith is probably a pipe dream right now. It feels like what Zook just tweeted is true, that they're trying to get some magic out of Roslovic that they did with Vetrano. It's a fourth that becomes a third if the team reaches the finals. Finally, a condition that actually is good.
Yeah, no.
Not an easy fucking condition for once. All right. Roslovic could play the wing too.
He's probably going to be the. It's going to be Kako stay on the first line. The second line is as it is. The third line's going to be Cooley, Wenberg, Roslovic. What happened?
Dude, what the fuck?
Tomas Harrell's going to Vegas? Jesus Christ, these guys.
Oh my fucking god. Flyers done for the day. We don't care. What the fuck, though? Vegas is getting Tomas Hertl. What the fuck? Oh my god.
But I don't know if I've seen you this solemn, this down. Because it has some breaking news, boys. Jack Roslovic has been traded from Columbus to the New York Rangers. Oh, little center help for them. There we go. He's like a little buzz saw. Roslovic just buzzes around. I mean, what are the Devils going to do this offseason to fix this? I've seen you upset.
Wow. Colin Miller got traded to Winnipeg.
That's an interesting one too.
So I guess him and Toffoli swapped Airbnbs. crazy how our bottom 6 is better than the top 6. All right, 3 o'clock.
Pencils down.
Pencils down. Close your textbooks. No more studying.
The trade call is pending with Hurdle. Jeez.
These fucking guys are something else.
I don't know how to feel, man.
Mantha, Hannafin, Hurdle.
I meant with the
Well,
Rangers.
no, but I was just. They didn't give up anything. So for Mantha, Hurdle, Hannafin, they give up Miromanov, a 2024 second round pick, third round pick for they give up nothing.
You see this, Hunt?
Yeah.
Dude. Oh, God. I don't know. I don't know how to feel right now.
I don't know. I'm just.
I feel
disappointed.
numb. I literally have no reaction.
They honestly, for me, it was ruined after yesterday.
Yeah.
they couldn't have done anything besides Buchnevich and Tuck, but that was unrealistic from the start. So basically, they couldn't have done anything that made me excited.
Yeah. This literally, like, I don't know. It literally feels like Roslovic is the Vogelback. The Naquin is Wenberg.
Tyler Nyquil.
Patan is rough.
Rough.
And then Givens is Ruedel. I actually, like, in all seriousness, I don't know. Mid, yeah. Beatty is Kako. It's just so underwhelming when all we heard was this was going to be a quote unquote all in push.
Next post. Ranger fan
Yeah, I saw that.
2021.
Ike or Hurdle would be good for this team. The Golden Knights, yeah, we'll take both. I don't know. All right. I just feel numb now. I want to see what this Hurdle return is, though. I'm happy about Rosovic. I think he adds some good team speed. And that was a guy that I talked about that I want, but I don't know. I like Rosovic, but I'm not overly to the moon about this at all. I am shocked that Lou has done quite literally nothing.
Yeah, that shocked me.
I think fans will like Rosovic. Rosovic is mid, not the needle mover. I agree. I mean, I like Rosovic, but that's a guy that I want for the third line, you know, not the top line. If they could find magic in him and, like Zook said, the mental gymnastics we go through, but, like, you know, if he does end up being something good for the first line, then I'll be happy, but, you know. Yeah, platoon right wing one. That's literally what it is.
Yeah, Kako and Roswick are going to platoon right wing one. So I guess Kessel is not going to Vancouver. C is for cookie. That's good enough for me.
Yep, Rosovic's the guy they got, yeah. Putting third line wingers on the first line is the Rangers' way. How is Zach Jones still on this team?
I don't know.
C is for crash.
Like a drum.
Vegas gave San Jose 2 firsts for Tomas Hertl. There's heavy retention.
Yes, he's got 6 years left, and the retaining. Jesus Christ.
They just do not care. I love Elliot Freeman's tweet about Roslovic. That dude just makes up abbreviations for teams. Like Columbus's abbreviation's not CLB.
That's CBJ.
Sportsnet new acronym just dropped. Certified Lover Boy. The fucking Drake album. David Edstrom's a key part of the trade. Not a surprise. Jeez. Yeah, we're not going to hear if any other trades leaked in for a while. Darren Drager, a first, Edstrom, Hurdle at 17% retain, random number, and 2/3. So it's not 2 first. Dude, what?
His EA Sports NHL layers of debacle and fake. The stars we already have can get the job done. Okay.
No trade for Dowd, Pacioretty, Lindgren, or Aube Kubel. No, St. Louis Blues are done. Toronto didn't do much either.
Yeah, like Zook said, fuck it. 3 shutdown lines and Igor in the playoffs. Praise second line scores more goals than the other teams. 16 wins. That's literally the formula.
What'd you say?
No, like Zook tweeted out, fuck it. 3 shutdown lines and Igor in the playoffs. Pray the second line scores more goals than the other team and try to win 16 games. That's literally the formula.
Yep. Bro, someone replied to my tweet. It's so true. Vegas literally gave up what Anaheim was asking for Vetrano in that fucking deal. I'm still. I don't know how to feel. Have one line that can score and hope the goalie carries the rest of the weight. Same formula since 2005. Yeah. So yeah, pretty much nothing new has changed. Nothing has changed in Rangers land, as we could say.
So yeah.
Mika's gonna have to have some ridiculous. I don't even know what. He's gonna have to have something up his sleeve if he wants any chance of this team wants any chance of winning a damn cup, but he hasn't done that all year, so
Yeah, nah. 5v5 goals all year. Thinks he's just gonna randomly turn it on in the playoffs? Absolutely not.
No.
NYR baby, welcome Jack.
All right, Nico put out his opinion on this, but now I'm curious. Do you agree with Nico's tweet? He said, looking back, I would have gave up a first and Kako for Henrique and Vetrano, knowing Roslovic could have been had for a fourth. You agree with that? I don't know how I
don't
feel.
know.
I was still
I
so
don't
hesitant
know.
about that.
I don't know. I'm 50-50 on that.
Me too. Like for this, I don't know. I don't know at all. We like Roslovic a lot. We don't love him as a top line player, but you know, yeah, the deal to LA with Omar couldn't cross the finish line. I don't know. I like Roslovic. I just don't like him as a top line right winger, but now this is pretty much a message to the star players that they got to wake the fuck up. And if the star players don't perform, this team's not winning. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. So what we've been saying all year, if Mika doesn't step up at 5v5, if Kreider doesn't, then then doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. That's all they can hope for at this point. That's pretty much what they're hoping for at this point and relying on. What's cool is that in 3 years, Roslovic will be just another guy in the list of 67 wingers that played on the right of Kreider and Zibanejad.
Yup.
Yeah, Panarin has to have a good postseason too.
Hmm.
Yeah, Drury. I don't agree with it, but Drury seems to be confident in his team. Add support. Now the players have to do their job. I agree. I don't agree with the decision, but I agree that that's clearly the mindset he has. Do I think the Rangers win the division still? Probably not. Unless
No.
Amika has a magic switch that makes him good at 5v5. And I've been asking that since October, so I would lean towards no, but I I don't know.
I'm kind of interested though to see like if Kako stays on the first line, how a Cooley, Wenberg, Rosovic third line looks like. 'Cause that could actually be a solid third line.
That's what came in my head when I saw Nico's tweet too about maybe they should have done a first in Kako for Vetrano and Henrique. Because they still would have had the assets to get Wenberg too.
Right. And you could have moved Henrique over to the wing, if anything.
Yeah, you could have done something like that. I don't know. They would have had a very deep team then at that point, but I don't know. I don't know when the Rosovic trade exactly happened. I think at like 250 or yeah,
Something like
250.
that. Something like that.
I mean, Vetrano's the better player right now, though, Tony. But I don't know.
It happened at 250, yeah.
I still don't understand why. Um, what's it called? Jones is on the roster.
Hurdle is expected back before the playoffs.
All right. Yeah, they probably didn't want to trade the first. Vegas got 2 second, or 2/3 and her on the deal, of course. Dude. How is no other team on this at all? How is no one else on this at all?
Let's just see what their lineup's going to look like.
Worst podcast ever. Thank you, Michael. See you later. Appreciate you stopping by. How dare you not talk for a whole 5 hours? How dare you? Get out of here. Can we trade Shuri for Gordon? Yeah, it seems like that rumor was true after all about Dolan wanting to keep the first.
Check the group chat.
In a low tier draft class. I mean, I've been vocal about this, that I do like the idea of getting a guy like Zane Parekh if they can in this draft, because they do need defensive prospects. I think Zane Parekh would be good. But I don't know.
Jesus Christ. They're so.
What happened?
No, I'm just looking at Vegas as how they could construct this forward group.
I need to see this.
I mean, so you have your first line, Stevenson, Carlson, Mantha. Then you can insert Stone and Hurdle. Jesus Christ, they are stacked.
This is literally EA Sports. Like, holy shit.
Like seriously, like
Who's not playing for them? Like, are they sitting?
who are you putting at 2C?
Are they sitting Kolazar? I guess Kolazar and Howden aren't playing. Dude. This is fucking stupid what Vegas is doing.
And then they gotta sit one of their. I get who's sitting for them right now. Yeah, I guess Alec Martinez is out of the lineup, so and because he's on IR right now.
They didn't even trade any of the defensemen we
Yeah.
thought they would. Like, what the fuck is this? They got Hanifin, Petrangelo, McNabb, Theodore, and then I don't even know where Martinez is gonna play when he comes back. Like, what is this shit? And then their forward group, they got Barbashev, Eichel, Marchessault, Stevenson, Carlson, Mantha, Cotter, Waugh, Amadio, Kolazar, and that's without Stone. That's without Hurdle now, and then without Carrier too, Howden.
The Forfeyev.
Fucking stupid. Stupid.
The West is a gauntlet this year.
Dude, Vegas is. I don't know about Dallas anymore, man.
The West is a gauntlet. It's gonna be a fun watch, especially with the Rangers out early.
Dallas got Chris Tanev. That's about it. Which wasn't a bad get, but like they should have done way more.
Also, see what kind of impact Stan Konop has got on them in the playoffs. Dallas Winnipeg got better. Colorado got better. Vancouver, they got better. Edmonton's, they have McDavid and Draisaitl, so. LA, Vegas got better in that. If LA could, if LA could get back to what they were earlier this season, I could genuinely see, besides Nashville, either one of those 7 teams in the final.
Wait, what'd you say? Say that again.
I said with the teams who are in the playoffs right now in the West, Dallas, Winnipeg, Colorado, Vancouver, Edmonton, LA, Nashville, Vegas. If LA could get back to the way they were playing earlier on in the season, I can, besides Nashville, I could genuinely see one of the, like, those 7 teams, one of them in the final. I could see all of them in there, respectfully.
Dude, I don't know. I know that's just on paper with Vegas, but dude, who the fuck is stopping that lineup? Literally who?
I don't know.
On paper, it is what it is, but and so it doesn't always work with the best on paper, but oh my god. Who is stopping that lineup? Yeah, a hot goalie could change the dynamic of things. As of right now, what's your cup matchup now that we're post deadline?
Florida and
Still going Florida.
and I don't know. The West is so hard.
Pause.
Pause. Yeah. uh. Uh, because I like Winnipeg a lot. I like Dallas, but I could genuinely see a final rematch. I really can see it.
Right now, I'd say either a final rematch or Carolina and Vegas. All right, come on now. You can't win if you don't say it. If you don't say it, people will say otherwise. If you do say it, people will say otherwise. You can't win. You
Just
can't
make
win in this world.
Just make sure you're wearing socks.
Yeah.
All right. So how about we go winner of the deadline and loser of the deadline?
Okay. I mean, loser for a team that actually made moves or that did, or could we include that didn't? Because the biggest loser, in my opinion, is honestly the Islanders are up there as the biggest losers. Like, why? Your team's starting to heat up. Why did Lou not? Why did Lou not do anything? I'm not complaining because the Rangers might draw them round 1, but why would he not do anything? I guess because the team is hot and he didn't want to mess with anything, but I don't get that.
Yeah. But I mean, winner, it's got to be Vegas.
Yeah.
It has to be.
Vegas easily won this deadline.
Vegas or like Colorado is like
Get the hoop.
It's like second.
Get the hoop.
But yeah, it's Vegas.
I don't know. Who's justifying the poor deadline? I'm not justifying it. I have honestly no emotion. I feel I'm at the point where if they disappoint me, I can't even be mad because they didn't go all in. Or I'm at the point where if they heat up, then good. Pleasant surprise. That's how I feel about the Rangers deadline right now. I hope that they heat up and prove me wrong and they look good. But as of right now, if they're an early exit, then that wouldn't surprise me either. I have literally no emotion to this, and I'm just gonna see how it plays out. But another winner for the deadline. Try to think of other winners.
I don't know. Like I said, Colorado, I like what they did.
Colorado, yeah. Underrated losers, I'd go with Nashville. Because I literally don't understand what they were doing. There was literally no goal.
I'm putting Nashville in the confused category because they don't. I don't know what they were trying to do, but
I don't think they know what they were doing.
I liked Winnipeg with the Toffoli and Colin Miller pickup. I like what they did.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just looking at Twitter again, but yeah, I like what Winnipeg did a lot. I think Winnipeg's in a good spot. Yeah, Josh, that's the point that I've been making, that they need those guys to wake up.
I'm gonna have a hard time filling out my Western side for the bracket challenge this year.
Lou is done. Lou said it didn't make sense to make a lateral move. Nothing presented itself. So Lou quite literally did nothing today. Interesting one. I respect, though, to an extent.
Flames still have one more trade in the queue.
Flames do.
Andrew Mangiapane.
Who could it be? Kevin Rooney? That's really about it.
Yeah, right on cue, Nick tweeted Mangiapane to the Rangers would feed families.
It's gonna be like Kevin Rooney.
Right.
No, Vegas is getting Kadri or Mangiapane too. Watch.
Maybe Rasmus Anderson gets moved.
Mark Edward Vlasic's tweet.
The only guys on expiring deals it's Kevin Rooney, Shillington, and Dennis Gilbert.
Yeah, I think it's either gonna be Gilbert or Rooney that get moved.
Or if Kuzmenko wants to be flipped here, I'll take that also. But that's Tom and AB.
Yeah, Winnipeg got Monahan too, yeah. I don't think the Flames deal involves the Rangers. I'd be shocked. Maybe if they want to bring Rooney back. I don't think though that the Rangers are involved. I could be wrong. Story on the hot seat. I got no idea. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea at all. Yeah, Dolan got a sphere pick. He should be. Listen, I don't know. To me, this team is just such a wild card at this point. This team is just such a wild card at this point. There has to be more trades in the queue if the Roslovic deal's not official yet. Like outside of the Flames one that we heard about. I agree, Rob, that they should have been more aggressive considering they're in first place, but I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Good milk. Oh, Jesus Christ. Come on.
Well, at least I know what the next layup is next week. Philk, did Vegas win the trade deadline?
Get the hoop. Check the Twitter group chat.
Like,
Listen, chat, I agree with you that it's good that he didn't overpay for considering what the market is. It's good they didn't overpay for anyone, but I still feel that he should have overpaid for Gensel because I feel that he's the one guy that would have made a legit difference. And I would argue too, at the price that Tomas Hertl costed, actually no, the Rangers would have been able to fit him in cap wise. I can't be mad about that actually, but yeah, I don't know. I still think they need to get a legit top line right winger, but that's proven more. But we'll see. Maybe Roslovic could be that. I'm just numb at this point. I have no feelings one way or the other right now. But the Roslovic deal helped salvage a bit how I was feeling to a degree. I'm not to the moon still, obviously, but it definitely helped out a bit. Yeah, I agree with the speed. I just don't like the fact that he's more of a passenger when this team really needed a play driver on that top line. They really needed a play driver. Suk's tweet. Yeah. The thing is with Roslovic, like people are comparing it to the Vetrano situation, but he doesn't shoot the way Vetrano does. So Mika Zibanejad's gonna have to be a threat offensively. He's gonna have to be, which he has not been all year. That has to change. Has to change. Yeah, Roslovic isn't a first line player. I'm not saying he is, but that's where he's gonna play probably. Yeah, Roslovic's a rental. Goudreau's wasn't at the 3 scene practice, but we'll see what the lineup looks like tomorrow. So now there's a game tomorrow for once. Come on down to the Garden and watch our new acquisitions for only $300.
bathroom fees are not included. But before you do that, make sure you walk through Penn Station. Where it smells like piss.
Roslovic will probably play tomorrow. I think all the guys that they got will play tomorrow.
Yeah, probably Ruedl's gonna play tomorrow because Trub is out.
Yeah.
Most likely.
I keep forgetting about Ruedel. I legit keep forgetting about the guy.
How could you forget about Chad?
Is it bad that with how underwhelming this is, that Ruedel's low-key my favorite pickup out of them all? Low-key.
I don't think I have a favorite.
Well, don't get me wrong, I'm not shaking ass for it, but like it's I don't know.
Honestly, that Nick Patan kid looks interesting, especially since he scored a hat trick in the World Juniors.
Yeah, I saw that tweet from Core Python, yeah.
He's definitely an untouchable prospect now.
Truba's been injured for a bit, and he hasn't been practicing the past 2 days.
Can we figure out this Flames trade?
Well, the Flames trade just got announced.
What
Let's
is
take a look at Frank Saravelli's tweet if you're that interested in.
Oh my! That was the that was the trade.
What numbers are these bums wearing tomorrow? I don't know. Roslovic will probably stick with 96. Ruedel can't wear 2. Can't wear 22.
Probably worth 12.
Another defenseman wearing 12. Oh my god. Help me. I don't think Rempe's going to be in the lineup anymore, Tony. Hate telling good people bad news, but yeah, he's going to be out of the lineup probably. Rempe and Edstrom are out now. Wenberg wears 91, yeah. Rempe should go after Gensel. Dude, that game on the 12th, I'm scared. Scared to see what Gensel does to us.
I'm already prepared for the Gensel hat trick. Should bet money on it.
Yeah, one of them will probably come up to be a scratch, but there's no way they're sitting anyone that's in the lineup now. The only guy that should sit, but he won't, is Barclay Goodrow. I would go with a C or C plus at highest for what the Rangers did, Shaq.
C minus.
I'd go C minus probably, yeah. Especially considering this was supposed to be a all-in deadline that we heard about for weeks, and this is what we get. It's not that they did horrible because they didn't overpay, but it's very underwhelming from what we were hoping for. Yeah, sure the media hypes things up, but there's a difference between hearing all in and like it's not as all in as we think, and this like what we hear from Drury, probably not. That dude does not speak to the media.
Him and Leon Rose don't speak to the media at all.
Yeah, Kessel to the Canucks didn't happen. Surprised the Canucks didn't really do anything else.
They really didn't have any cap space. They had like just over $1 million.
True.
And like we said yesterday, like they could have done something if they flipped Lindholm, but then that would have been a bad look on them.
Appreciate the stream. Thank you, James, for stopping by.
Thank you.
Kevin Rooney signed to a 1-year extension with an AAV of 1.3 million is crazy. Oh, the Eagles made a move today. Or no, they didn't make a move. They got their compensation picks. Do I stay live any longer? Or do we call it here?
There's not really much to talk about, right?
Well, I'm just thinking if any other moves flood in, but I don't think any.
Nah, we would have heard by now. It's pretty much an hour past.
Yeah, that's true. All right. We're going to wrap it up here. I'm going to make my individual videos now for each deadline pickup, or maybe I'll do just one video for it. So thank you guys so much for stopping in. I know it was underwhelming what the Rangers did, but still good to react to the trades as they happen. Thank you for everyone that tuned in for the past 3 days for my Gensel watch streams for the hours and hours of streams. Obviously didn't work out, but again, it is what it is. So I'm gonna probably work on the other videos. Well, first take a break, work on the other videos. So go check those out when they drop. Leave a like on the stream if you haven't. Subscribe if you haven't, and see you guys in the post game tomorrow.
See you guys.